another captioner trying to get through as well. Her name is Danielle.
Good morning. We're ready to call a board meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, May 27th, 2026, and it is 10:02 a.m. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Chair Lieber,
Here.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Here.
Member Vasquez,
Present.
Member Schaefer,
Here.
Controller Cohen.
Good morning. Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. The quorum is present and the board meeting is called to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If we may ask our controller to lead us in that.
Absolutely, I'd be honored. All right, please join me on your feet if you're able. Put your right hand over your heart and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And members, without objection, we'd like to ask our executive officer to, Yvette Stowers, to make some remarks that she has prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lieber and honorable members. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I won't say they're prepared, but I will do my best to say. I would like to acknowledge the passing of my father, Rodney Michael White, from Linwood, California, District 3. He was the patriot of our family. Sister? She's going to be shy. He was the patriot of our family. And it's been, you guys know that we've been dealing with his deteriorating health. He was 90 years old, 90 years young, 90 years strong. But he did pass. And I want to thank all of members for your consideration and kindness. I really want to acknowledge Controller Cohen. Your words to me yesterday meant so much. And I know we're in politics, but I love you. Thank you, sister. Chair Lieber, you've been here with me, strong from Detroit. And you have lifted me up. Thank you so much. Vice Chair Gaines, your wisdom, your faith has kept me moving forward, and I thank you for that. Member Schaefer, thank you. You have pushed me. You have pushed me to the limits. But I thank you for all of your support. You also, you're 90, I believe. And you are still moving forward. No, I'm sorry, you're not 90. You're 88 young.
88, yeah.
Yeah, you're 88, and you're still moving forward. Thank you.
And I spend half a day on an airplane just to spend a couple hours with you all, and I appreciate it.
But the couple of hours that we spend are extremely important because we're doing the people's work. Member Vasquez, my father was in your district, an active member of Linwood City Council. Oh, what's his name, Angela? There was a mayor from Linwood?
From our school? Alfredi Johnson.
Alfredi Johnson. I knew she knew it. Alfredi Johnson. So we thank you. We love you all. I love you all. My mom could not come today. She's 80. She is 89. And her coming downstairs would have been a challenge, but we are YouTubing this and subscribing this, and I know the ladies will give me a transcription. But again, thank you, and let's go with the people's business.
Thank you so much for those remarks, and we very much appreciate you bringing the name of your father forward to us and his memory as well. And I think I can speak for our entire board that we have so much appreciation for him as a leader in the community, and our prayers are going to be with your entire family going forward as you cope with this loss. So thank you so much for bringing those words to us. We appreciate it very much. And now we'll go to our members' opening comments. And I'd like to, as a special order of business, go to Mr. Schaefer first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's an awful lot of going on this last month in my district, which is 5 counties in Southern California. I always start off with a birthday. The birthday for the month of May is Harvey Milk, who was the first gay person elected to public office in the state of California. They had a breakfast attended by almost 1,000 people in Palm Springs in my district and in San Diego in my district. And there was $100 tickets, and it was a 3-hour program. And if you ever have a chance to celebrate a Harvey Milk breakfast, I'd recommend it as just part of public service. Secondly, we had a very tragic situation in Escondido in my district. We had a man who was an advocate Republican. He decorated his house with Donald Trump posters, and he had Donald Trump signs, and it was on a prominent street. It got a lot of attention, and some stranger showed up last week at his house, called him out to the front of the house, and murdered him for no other reason that he didn't like the decorations. That is so tragic, regardless of the politics, that people can't keep their cool and be a little bit tolerant of other people's political interests. The biggest problem we had this last week was an international problem. It was heralded in the New York Times. We had a Muslim school in a Muslim church that was brutally attacked by 2 teenagers, age 18 and age 19. These kids left the home of one of their parents, dressed in camouflage, and they took weapons with them. It turned out that the 2 houses combined of the 2 teenagers had 30 weapons. The family did call the police right away, worried when they saw the weapons had left the house. And the police took about 80 minutes to show up. And by that time, the kids had gone to the school, had murdered the security guard, who was a hero because he put out an emergency call to take cover and kept them from going into the areas where the children were in school. He also murdered 2 parishioners who were in the parking lot, who had tried to divert his attention to the parking lot. They paid the price. How 2 kids, 17 and 18 or 18 and 19, can give up their lives knowing they're going to be either murdered on the scene or suicide in this case, they must have grown up in a family full of hatred where nobody ever went to church, and people must have talked about Jewish people not being really all that great Americans like they are. I just am grateful that nobody I've known personally has had that kind of hatred in their lives. The whole city of San Diego and all the leaders in California, I'm sure from the president on down, have shown their concern over this mental illness and this hatred that has shocked the country. Mr. Armin Abdullah was a very beloved security guard, and he's a hero for getting the kids out of danger and sending alarm before he was killed himself. But that's really a heartbreaker. We had another little incident in Garden Grove in my district where 50,000 people were evacuated, feeling we were going to have a chemical tanks explode and contaminate everybody. Well, thankfully that's all over with, but anytime you take 50,000 people and evacuate them from their homes, that's a big national concern. And fortunately, it came out there was no injury at all there. So I just want you to know that all these major things that were, oh, then I wanted to mention another big event. Tomorrow, we have the closing of the sale of the Mission Inn in Riverside in my district. The Mission Inn is 238 rooms. Presidents Kennedy, Ronald Reagan, honeymoon there. Richard Nixon was married there. And I called and discussed it with Paul Ladonna, who's our assessor for Riverside. He said he was married there. So that's another big
Good morning, members. I would like to remind you that we do have opening remarks from the members as directed by Member Schaefer. It's limited to 3 minutes.
Well, that was number 4 of number 4. You thought it was number 410. No, that's number 4. So I did call up Peter Aldana, who's our assessor, discuss with him. The good news is it does not go off the tax roll. It was bought by an Indian tribe, but it's being bought not in trust, which is tax exempt, but it's been bought so it stays on the tax roll. And Peter Aldana told me that he was married at the Mission Inn. So those are the 4 big events, a couple that are happy and several that are tragic. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Schaefer, for bringing those comments forward. Controller Kahn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May is a really heavy, very heavy month. I first want to recognize Yvette Stowers, our executive director, and her family. I want to thank you for opening up our meeting and setting a very somber tone and reminding us that we serve people. And that is our calling in life. That is the oath that we have all sworn. And frankly, that is what I love to do. And so I want to just acknowledge that the passing of your father is tremendous. I think of you as a daddy's girl, a little bit like myself. And so I pray that for you and your siblings, your sisters, that and your mother, that his memory be a blessing that you can draw strength upon as you go through this really difficult and tender transition period. And know that your public family is standing with you. And you've got some praying members on this body as well that are also praying for a smooth transition and praying for the grief that the family that is left behind, that is facing. And I just want to begin also this morning with a very special greeting. Today is May 27th, Eid al-Adha. I want to wish everyone a very happy Eid Mubarak to all those that are celebrating. May is a blessed day that brings joy and peace and gratitude may this day bring joy, peace, and gratitude to all of your families. Eid al-Adha is a festival of sacrifice, and it commemorates the profound faith that Muslims around the world are gathering in prayer and in celebration. Now, I want to acknowledge that like Member Schaefer, this Eid arrives in the shadow of very deep grief. Just 9 days ago, the Islamic Center in San Diego, which is a sacred gathering place for thousands of California Muslim families, was the site of a devastating hate crime, and a crime that claimed the lives of 3 beloved community members that are being exalted as heroes. The 3 men who lost their lives, Amin Abdullah, Nadir Awad, mosque caretaker Mansour Kaziha, who was also lovingly known as Abu Is. They were pillars of the community, and each one of them a hero. I want to also recognize that Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is also nestled comfortably in the month of May. And this year's theme is Power and Unity, strengthening communities together. And I can't think of a more resonant, more deeply given moment than why we are gathering today, not only to talk about the state's business, but to celebrate the different cultures, to remember those that have tragically lost their lives. I want to recognize that May is also Jewish American Heritage Month. It's a time that we also come together to honor nearly 4 centuries of Jewish contributions to American life. And finally, in closing, I want to acknowledge that May also is Mental Health Awareness Month. Now, We are in its 77th year this year, and the theme is More Good Days Together. And that is a phrase that asks a simple and profound question. What does a good day look like for you, for your family, or for your community? And how do we as public servants help make more of those days possible for every Californian? Mental health doesn't just exist in a vacuum. It's grief, it's fear, it's hate, it's isolation. It all takes its toll on its community and the well-being. And the pain felt by the Muslim community in San Diego, the anxiety felt by the API and the Jewish community living under constant threat, the everyday burdens carried by working families. These are all mental health issues. So I want to encourage every Californian, everyone that is in this chamber, to check on their neighbor, check on their friend and their family members. You never know who is suffering. If you know someone that is struggling, there is help that's available to them. You can call or text 988, and that's the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at any time. You never know, it may very well save someone's life. And with that, I want to just acknowledge that there are more good days ahead of us, more good days for all of us, but only when we build them together. Madam Chair, I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Controller. I appreciate the note of purpose that you bring with you in a very strong way. Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. Just again, my thoughts and prayers with Yvette Stowers and your family, your sister, and just how important it is in terms of having a mother and a father that are loving and caring and provide that good mentorship that we all need. And it's clear to me that your father was a good man and did a good job raising his daughters. And I don't know if you've got brothers, but 3, okay. So, yeah, so we'll just thank you for bringing your father forward and recognizing him here in this body. Appreciate that. And very saddened about what has happened at the Islamic Center of San Diego. And also Mike brought up this issue with the Trump supporter. And it just makes me think that a lot of this is driven by social media, where people get in echo chambers and they get drawn in. And it's really a sad state of our society, and we've got to figure out how to manage it better. I know that countries like Australia have banned social media for youth. But we've got to look at some of these options, and we've got to focus on our families and our children and with one another to make sure people are in the right state of mind. So, and lastly, I had the honor and opportunity to attend the Memorial Day event at the Veterans of Foreign Wars post in Georgetown, and just recognized our veterans and what they've done for our country. And for Memorial Day, we recognize those who have died for our country. So that is the ultimate sacrifice that they've made. And we just want to always remember what generations have done before us in securing our freedom, knowing that we're not perfect by any means, but we're a democratic republic that has the opportunity to change and to improve over time. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to share my thoughts and prayers to Ms. Stowers and her family. And to me, the silver lining is it looks like you have some pretty good, solid genes there. I lost my dad, he was only 66. So you were blessed to have him for such a long, grateful life, and very active in my district, in the Linwood area. But with that, I wanted to also bring up Mother's Day. You know, this is one of the few years, it happens every so many years, where actually Mexican Mother's Day lands on the same day as Mother's Day. Growing up, it was always a challenge, especially when I got married, because, you know, you're fighting to go to the in-laws or my mom's for Mother's Day. So having 2 different days always helped. But this time, it actually landed on the same day. But just wanted a little shout out to all those that did have the opportunity to spend some time with their mothers, those that are here living or that might be in heaven. And not only mothers, but you got grandmothers, stepmothers, foster mothers, and in many cases, you know, especially in inner city, you find a lot of folks that have to play that role for many of these kids that grow up without a mother. Next is just a recognition of the armed forces, was mentioned earlier, kind of tied into Memorial Day, which is a little bit separate on May 16th, where it originally started Memorial Day, and now it's celebrated always on the last Monday of May. I had the opportunity to attend a couple services in my district, and what was mentioned earlier is that, you know, I think we need whatever we can do to obviously honor those folks that sacrificed their life on behalf of our freedom. And last but not least is the Asian American Native, I guess, and Hawaiian Pacific Islanders Heritage Month, which is the whole month of May. As I was looking, I didn't realize that in my district, the County of LA, has the largest AANHPI population in the U.S. Nearly 1.5 million residents who trace their roots to East Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Islands. This community has been very active in my district, and they always have several celebrations, and I try to participate in those, and just want to give a shout out to those folks. And last but not least, I guess it's a situation that it actually took place in San Diego, in Orange County, in your district, Ms. Schaefer, with this whole chemical leakage that's coming out in that area. And I know it could potentially be an issue for a lot of those property owners moving forward. Like last year when it was happened, or I think it was last year, it happened in my district with the Chiquita Canyon landfill, and we were able to give some of those folks, you know, some relief on their property tax. It may come up, but just wanted to put that out there. Whatever support you might need in your district with that, please feel free to come back to us on that.
Thank you.
With that, I'll turn it back over to Madam Chair. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Vasquez, and I so much appreciate the comments that everyone has made. My father died at age 58 of a condition that was directly related to his combat military service. So I know that the members of our board know that I have a real passion for serving the veteran community and doing whatever it takes. I will literally go to the ends of the earth to make sure that their needs are met. And I think it ties in very much with what our controller talked about in terms of making sure that mental health services are available so that people can live that quality of life that can be so impactful. So I just am very thankful for all of the comments that we've heard here today are extremely meaningful to me. And so we'll go ahead and go into our first order of business, which is the safety and informational announcement presented by Ms. Cicchetti.
Good morning again to everyone. First, I would like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and any other wireless devices. Our safety announcement. In the auditorium, the exits are located on each side of the stage at the front, with additional exits at the rear. Please take a moment to locate the exit sign and the closest exit to you in the event of an emergency. Our informational announcement. This board meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE website. Public comments are taken on each agenda item If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on a public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We also ask that all speakers in the auditorium or on the AT&T telephone line to state their name before speaking for the record. This concludes the safety and informational announcements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll go on to item 1, which is public comment on matters that are not on the agenda. Anyone who would wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot act on items not on the agenda. However, we can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings, and these comments, if any, are limited to 3 minutes. And I know that we have not received any written communications nor any speaker cards from the auditorium. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please tell us if there's anyone hoping to make a comment on item 1.
Certainly. To comment, please press 1 and then 0. 1 and then 0. And we presently have no comments.
Thank you. Members, will go on to item 2, which is the state assessed property value setting, one of our most important opportunities of the year. This is where the board sets unitary values of state assessed properties annually on or before May 31st pursuant to constitutional and statutory law. This is a constitutional function, and contribution disclosure forms are not required. Mr. McCool and Ms. Cruz will present these items. And before we begin with Mr. McCool's presentation, board members, is there any specific company in any of the industry groups that anyone wishes to take up separately? Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Due to a financial interest, I will not participate with respect to Pacific Corp. That's item number 106, Sierra Pacific Power, number 146, Kern River Gas Transmission Company, number 188, and BNSF Railway Company, item number 804. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will have Mr. McCool structure his presentation to take those 4 entities into account so we can discuss and vote on those last. But Mr. McCool, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Lieber and members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. With me today is Michelle Cruz, Manager of the Unitary Valuation and Auditing Unit. We are here to present the annual unitary value setting for the board's consideration. Chair Lieber, before we begin, I would just like to take a moment to personally thank the entire State Assessed Properties Division staff, many of which are with us today, for all of their hard work and dedication. All of our units have been working at full capacity to complete their work during the busy season, and I just want to tell the staff that their hard work and long hours are very much appreciated. Members, the item before you today is the annual unitary value setting. As you know, this is one of BOE's core functions. Before we begin with the value setting, I would like to provide a brief overview of the process and provide the public with some context on what value setting is. California's state constitution grants BOE the responsibility to assess property owned or used by certain public utilities, regulated railroads, telecom companies, and other specified companies operating in California, enabling the counties to use those values to collect local property taxes. Property values on the state assessed roll are allocated by the BOE to the counties where the properties are located. Each county collects taxes based upon the allocated values. To meet this responsibility, the State Assessed Properties Division has 3 primary steps to complete the process. The first, which is the item on the agenda this morning, is to determine the total value of each state assessee's unitary property. Unitary property is property used in the primary function of an assessee. In contrast, non-unitary property is property owned by a state assessee but not used in the assessee's primary function. Most often, this accounts to vacant land the assessee no longer has a use for. Both the unitary and non-unitary property of a state assessee is subject to board assessment. Non-unitary values are not part of today's agenda item, but instead will be part of the final roll. After the board adopts each company's total unitary value today, SAPD will begin working on the second step in the process, which is to determine how much of each company's total unitary value should be allocated to each county. Work on allocation will be completed by mid-June. The final step in the process is to present the board roll of state assessed property to the board for adoption at the July meeting. The final roll will include today's unitary values allocated to each county, any adjustments to a company's value due to a previous board action, such as appeals or audits. And the final roll in July will also include all non-unitary values. Today's unitary value setting is a culmination of several months of work by SAPD staff to determine the fair market value of each state assessee's unitary property. Value indicators and a staff recommended value have been determined for each state assessee, and those have gone through several levels of review. Once the unitary values have been completed and fully reviewed, SAPD staff prepare and then transmit to each board member a detailed binder containing appraisal data reports for each state assessee, as well as several spreadsheets summarizing the current year values and how those values compare to 2025's values. We also provide a description for why certain value indicators are typically used for each industry group. Additionally, and separate from the appraisal data report binder, SAPD creates a unitary value setting workbook, which lists each state assessee and their 2026 recommended value by industry group. It's important for the public to understand that the material SAPD provides to the board for the members to use in their analysis of the unitary values and the staff recommended values themselves are considered confidential under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 833 and Government Code Section 15619. As a result, the staff recommended values are not made public prior to adoption of the values, and staff will be limited in what we can discuss if any of the members ask questions. Members, this year's unitary values are 2.3% higher than last year's unitary values after adjusting for the results of last year's appeals. This increase represents a smaller increase than we have seen in recent years. Last year's values were 8.4% higher than the previous year. The 2 years before that, we saw unitary values 6.2% and 7.3% higher than their previous years. The gas and electric industry continues to account for the largest share of the total unitary value, making up about 76% of the total. This year, the gas and electric industry as a group increased by about 3% overall compared to last year. In recent years, we have seen much higher increases in this particular industry. This industry continues to see increased growth due to significant amounts of new property being added. Utilities continue to replace older property that is severely depreciated with new property that has experienced little to no depreciation yet. In addition, the larger investor-owned utilities continue to spend significantly on improving the durability of their systems against the risk of wildfires. From our discussions with representatives from these companies, these trends are expected to continue in coming years. A few quick notes on the other industries. Unitary values for the pipeline industry as a whole were about the same as last year. Overall, the throughputs being reported by most companies continue to be strong, and any effects from the current level of high gas prices would not have been reflected in the 2026 values, so it's something we will definitely be monitoring for next year. The railroad unitary values have been increasing the last few years, driven largely by strong demand for shipping. Overall, this industry's total unitary value decreased this year. The decrease is likely due to a combination of increased costs and effects on shipping from tariffs. We'll be continuing to monitor that in the next few years as well. The electric generation industry total also decreased this year. The 7.9% decrease in value is mostly attributable to declining term of contracts to provide power. Values for the power plants tend to decrease as the term of their contracts to provide power draw down. When a facility is able to sign a new contract, that extends the expected future income stream, resulting in increasing values. Reviewing the data available to us this year, we did notice a lack of new contracts that were signed, so we'll be keeping an eye on that for future years as well. That brings us to our telecommunications industries. This year, BOE assumed assessment jurisdiction of Voice over Internet Protocol, or VoIP entities. This was based on a regulatory change made by the CPUC. In total, we added assessments for 61 VoIP entities this year. We still have significant work to do in the discovery and reporting of VoIP entities, and we do expect the number of VoIP assessees to grow as we continue to identify entities that fall under our assessment jurisdiction. The other three sub-telecom categories continue to be a mixed bag. Local telephone values continue to decrease as more and more customers move away from landlines. This year's decrease was less than half a percentage point, so it was not as much as in recent years. Wireless values dropped about 10% as a group. Most of the decrease can be attributed to further consolidation of entities, with smaller companies being acquired for their spectrum. When that happens, retirement of redundant assets typically occurs. And finally, the interexchange industry was up about 12% this year, and that follows a 7.5% increase last year. This continues to be a very competitive sector, and this year's increase reflects increased investments in fiber networks. In closing, there are 374 state assessees this year with a unitary value. Once the board sets the unitary values, SAPD will mail a notice of unitary value to each state assessee, which will report the value adopted by the board, as well as information on how to file an appeal. Members, if there are no questions, we can begin with this year's value setting.
Any questions at this stage, Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, I was just curious if you could, because I know you've talked about equipment upgrades over the years that attributed to the increased value.
Yes.
And so I'm just curious as to whether, has that slowed down in this last year? And to what degree did VoIP add to the value?
Yes, very good questions. The second question, the VoIP industry as a whole, even though we added 61 new entities, the total value compared to the overall was less than 0.5%. So it added very little assessed value, but the 61 entities added a significant amount of work to our overall workload.
Okay. Yeah.
We have used the database that the CPUC maintains, and we've been tracking that database. So we know we have a significant number of VoIP entities that we did send the annual property statement filing to that did not respond to us. So we have a few strategies that we're talking about internally, but there's a significant number of VoIP entities that I think we still need to work through and see if they actually do own property in California and should be assessed. So it is conceivable that share of the total will increase, but at least at this point, it does not appear that as a value share, it's going to be a significant amount.
And do you think of the 2.3% increase in value, is that still upgraded equipment that's being installed, or?
Because the gas,
all of them?
Because the gas and electric industry is such a large share of the total, that industry as a group was about 3% higher, and that is, to your point, largely driven by replacing older equipment with newer. So we are still seeing that trend. It's not quite at the same pace as in recent years, but we're still seeing that trend.
Great.
And then the corresponding part of that is just costs in general continue to go up across the board for all industries.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Vasquez.
You answered one of my questions, but I had, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Towers.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack McCall. That was really great. And before we move to Member Vasquez's question, I want to really stress that although there's not a lot of value when it comes to VoIP, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of staff work. And we will be submitting a request to increase staffing because we cannot continue to move forward with this agency without having increased staff. I just want to say that for the record, for those who
Yeah,
are
thank
listening.
you
Thank you.
for clarifying that, and appreciate the hard work that was done this year to accommodate that
Yes, so.
by the
just-
whole team.
Yes,
Thank
yeah. And his team, Mr. McCall, and his supervisors, principals are great, but we need more resources. And our commitment, mine's and Ms. Venati's commitment, is to get those resources. And I appreciate all of you guys and your support as we move forward to continue to grow and develop this agency.
Thank you. And Controller Cohen has a question just on this point, and then we'll go to Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Just for you, Director Stowers, because I kind of feel like you're preaching to the choir when you're saying that you want more of an investment into the organization. I'm just curious, if not now, maybe later on the presentation doing your executive director report, you could talk to us about the strategy, the BOE's strategy to engage. We're in the legislative budget process right now. Are there BCPs already been submitted and been denied that we're leaning on? Are we working the floors in the legislative caucus and like, what are we doing other than wishing for more money?
Thank you, Controller Cohen, for that question. We have 2 BCPs. And I am happy to report that the Department of Finance supports our BCPs, and they're currently in the governor's budget.
Okay, that's good to hear.
We have one for technology, because we need to get rid of this outdated, is it 1980 system? 1980 system. So we have a technology BCP, and then we have a BCP to address a change in law.
Okay, I don't want to go too far down a rabbit hole. I'm not sure this item is necessarily agendized, but I just wanted to ask that high-level question. Thank you, you've answered.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. And is it sufficient for legal? Okay, super. Thank you so much. Now we'll go back to Mr. Vasquez.
That was actually my question, and you kind of answered part of it, and that is, you mentioned obviously the addition of 61, I guess, assessees, and obviously that was an additional workload. My question was, and you kind of touched on it, but moving forward, obviously that affected the workload, and I'm sure the folks that, because you had certain deadlines that had to be met. My question is, moving forward, how does that look for the future without additional staff?
It's a big unknown question for us because without getting too specific with the numbers, we started with approximately 400 identified entities through a database that the CPUC maintains and it's public facing. So it was basically our starting point for our discovery process. We have attempted to contact every single one of those 400 plus entities. We've sent them their annual filing requirements, the letters to assessor that was initially crafted by the agency to explain the change in assessment jurisdiction. We sent a letter basically mirroring that LTA to all 400 plus entities. The fact that we've resulted with only 61 assessments, we have identified a portion of that 400 that has returned our filing to us, their filing to us, identifying they do not own property. So those ones have sort of cleared the books, but we still have close to 200 entities that we are going to have to work through to identify if in fact they do have accessible property in California. That is going to consume a lot of our resources in what we typically call the off-season, when we're focusing on conducting audits. So it's going to have an impact on our audit program this year because we know we need to spend resource time, staff time going through, and we have a few strategies of trying to figure out are these entities maybe still reporting to local county assessors, for example? So there's probably going to need to be some outreach with the assessor's office. I know the LTA went out, but we did hear anecdotally with staff receiving calls, speaking with these VoIP entities. Some were still hearing from the assessor's offices, no, you're still locally assessed, you need to file with us. So there's still some outreach that we have to do. The assessor's offices, there's outreach we need to do with some of these VoIP entities. So it's going to impact the current year, and we're going to probably be spending a lot of time in the next couple of years doing what we would describe as discovery efforts to go through the remainder, the 200 plus or so that we have to still identify. So we have 61 new entities this year. It's possible we could have another 60 next year or even more.
Thank you. And just
Okay.
echo what was, or did you want to ask?
Mr. McCall is so nice. There's 200 entities who have not responded. So those who are listening, and our stakeholders, our shareholders, Caltex, please have your entities respond to us. And we will be extremely aggressive in identifying those who may or may not have property in California. And we will take the steps to make sure that they are properly assessed. That's our role. As elected officials, that's you guys' roles. And for those who do not understand your roles, let me say it again. Our role is to assess property. That's our job. State assessed property, it's a major role. You guys review everything that staff does. You look through it with a fine-tooth comb. And staff is very prepared to protect and uplift their values. And we appreciate all 5 of you for looking through the work of staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Along those lines, Chair, I have no problem, I guess maybe down the road, maybe to agendize this item to really get into some of these issues. And I think the controller kind of touched on it, that we should put together some kind of a legislative approach or at least strategy, because at the end of the day, this could potentially actually generate more revenue for the state, you know, if they're all being assessed. Because you're saying right now, the load, you're saying it could, right now it's 61, it could go up to a couple hundred. And if we don't get on top of that, we're missing an opportunity to generate more income.
I agree with you 100%.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, one more follow-up, and then we haven't even entered our 4 industry groups that we have to get through. So it's going to be a long, long day here.
Okay, I
But
just
go
want to
ahead.
make it quick, because if there's a couple hundred outstanding that we don't know, what is the process? Are these companies subject to penalty as a result of not responding or not paying for their assessment for those that own California property?
The short answer is yes. So they would be subject to penalty and interest. As I kind of alluded to, it's still possible they're reporting locally. So to the extent that some of these entities might not be sure, should they be reporting to us, several counties, what have you, it's quite possible there's a good number that are reporting locally, and they are being they're being assessed. To be technical, the Board of Equalization has the assessment jurisdiction for those entities, and they should not be reporting locally, but we do understand when there's a change, it can take some time to correct that. So one of the things we'll have to do is, to the extent we become aware of an entity filing locally, we'll have to make some decisions. Do we want to have the assessor's office more or less cancel those assessments, and then we treat them as escaped assessments down the road for the 2026 year? Do we make a decision if they were assessed locally, then we'll just pick them up going forward? Those are the type of things we'll have to work through. But the first part of the process is identifying what's happened with those entities we just haven't heard from. Okay. And I do want to underscore, we've made multiple attempts to contact all 400 plus.
Yes, and the county assessors, they know that in these cases that they should be going to the BOE and not to the local jurisdiction.
The letter to assessor has been communicated. I know Deputy Director David Young has spoke to Assessors Association on this topic, but As
Okay.
always, communicating to every single person in the assessor's office takes time, so.
Great, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that introduction, Mr. McCall. That was very substantive, and I know that you want to get to bringing up Ms. Cruz for the actual value setting.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Cruz, thank you.
Chair Lieber, excuse me, and honorable members, my name is Michelle Cruz, manager of the Unitary Valuation and Auditing section of SAPD. I will now present the 2026 unitary values for your consideration. We will introduce each of the 5 industry groups in the following order: gas and electric, pipelines, railroads, electric generation, and telecommunications. I will read the name of each industry group one at a time and ask the board to adopt staff's recommended values. After the board completes its vote for the first industry, we will introduce the next industry group, and we'll continue with that pattern until the board has taken action on all industries and assessees. If any member requests to not participate on a particular assessee, we will make note of that and ask that the participating members for a vote on those assessees after we have finished the vote for the rest of the particular industry. Vice Chair Gaines has indicated that he will not participate in the vote for 4 companies, which we will note in the applicable industries are introduced. Chair Lieber, if you are ready, I can introduce the first industry group.
And let me just pose a question to legal. Is this a time when we should make an opportunity for the vice chair to excuse himself or stay for the presentation, but excuse himself for the vote?
We don't need, excuse me, Mary Cicchetti Clerk, we do not need Mr. Gaines to leave until the opportunity when we take up the vote for his 4 items, which will be the last. So we'll go
Okay.
through the industries like Ms. Cruz has explained, and if there's an industry that Mr. Vice Chair Gaines has an item, we will denote that and we will take a vote and exclude that one company.
Okay.
So then at the end of, after all of the companies, we will take up the 4 items Mr. Gaines has
Okay, thank you.
not
Please
participated.
Proceed. Thank you.
Okay?
Our
Thank
first
you.
industry group is the gas and electric industry. Vice Chair Gaines has indicated he will not participate in the vote for number 106, Pacific Corp., number 146, CR Pacific Power Company, and number 188, Kern River Gas Transmission Company. Chair Lieber and honorable members, I ask for your adoption of staff's recommended values for the gas and electric industry, excluding the 3 companies I just mentioned.
So
Thank you
moved.
so much. Moved by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Schaefer. Okay. We have not received any comment cards from the auditorium nor any written communications. And the motion is to approve the gas and electric companies' valuation excluding items 106, 146, and 188. So we will go to our AT&T moderator. And moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a comment on the gas and electric companies' valuation excluding these items.
Certainly, if you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. And there's no one in queue presently.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back, and as was indicated, we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Schaefer, to approve the gas and electric companies' valuations, excluding items 106, 146, and 188. Members, seeing no further discussion, we can go to Ms. Cicchetti.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Okay, members, that item carries unanimously. And we'll go to our second industry, pipelines. Ms. Cruz.
The next industry group is the pipeline industry. Chair Lieber and honorable members, I ask for your adoption of staff recommended values for the pipeline industry.
Okay. Members, would anyone like to make a motion? Mr. Vasquez moves, Vice Chair seconds. Adoption of the evaluations for pipeline industry. And we do not have any comment cards from the auditorium nor any written comments on this item.
But I do have one question about the pipeline.
Okay, please.
Thank you.
Controller.
Thank you. Good morning. I wanted just to follow up. I wanted to know if there's been any agreed upon methodology or measurable progress since last year's value settings. And this is this is regarding fire risk adjustment.
We continue, sorry, Jack McCool, State Assessed Properties Division. We continue to spend a lot of time analyzing the wildfire issue. The only thing of note on the wildfire front was the passage of SB 254 last year. It was a wide-ranging energy-related bill that had provisions related to wildfires. And SB 254 created the framework for what's being called a continuation account. So if you remember, we spent a lot of time talking about AB 1054. They don't do us any favors with the bill numbers, 1054 and 254. AB 1054 created a wildfire fund for the first time, and it required the large investor-owned utilities, the big three, to make annual contributions for 10 years into the wildfire fund. There was a lot of questions related to the January 2025 fires that occurred in the Los Angeles area and whether those fires would exhaust the 1054 wildfire fund. So we've spent a lot of time analyzing SB 254, and we really thank our partners in the legal department for assisting us on that. And what we've come to learn is there's still a lot of regulatory steps that have to occur before the continuation account is, for lack of a better way to describe it, activated. So we had a very productive meeting with the California Earthquake Authority recently. They're the ministers of the current wildfire fund and the possible continuation account. We've spent a lot of time working on that particular issue. As to your question about methodologies and anything along those lines, we have not made any changes in the adjustment framework for wildfires. We've had some conversations with one of the big utilities in particular related to quantifying risk, and we've had very productive conversations with that particular entity as specifically related to current risk. And but as far as the overall methodology or framework, we haven't made any large changes.
Okay. I'm just finding my new question. Because I think you answered my initial preliminary question when you identified the large single state assessed company.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
Yes, please, Mr. Vasquez.
Since the controller brought this up, I was just wondering, how does that tie into Prop 19, or is that something separate?
Completely separate.
Completely
Yes.
separate, okay.
Okay. I have no other questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
And so are you going to give us a report on terms of the status of the wildfire fund? Because it was Palisades and Altadena, right?
Yes.
It's both fires.
Yes, one of the things that SB 254 did was change the timing on the Earthquake Authority's annual report. We have looked forward to their report every spring because it previously under AB 1054 was released around January 1st. SB 254 tasked the Earthquake Authority with creating a very large comprehensive report around the entire wildfire and catastrophic wildfire issue on a statewide basis. And it was a it was a big report. And that was released this past April 2025. And now SB 254 has changed their timing on the Wildfire Fund annual report to August. So we have not seen an update to the Earthquake Authority's annual report specifically on the Wildfire Fund since January 2025.
Okay.
So that was before the Los Angeles fires of
Yes,
that
okay.
year. So we've had, thankfully, very good contacts with the Earthquake Authority. So we have had conversations with them. We feel we are informed on the current status of the Wildfire Fund. However, the public report has not been released.
Okay. And is this something that can be agendized so that we take a look at it, know the status of it when that report comes out?
Yeah, it's our understanding August 15th is the new statutory requirement for an
Okay.
annual report from the Earthquake Authority.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we're about to go out for public comment on the pipeline items only. We have a motion from Mr. Vasquez and a second by Mr. Gaines to approve the pipeline category. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. And moderator, if you could please let us know if there's anyone holding who would like to make a comment on the pipeline category.
Please press 1 followed by 0 to comment. 1 followed by 0. And we presently have no comments.
Thank you. And as I previously noted, we do not have any written comments or anyone in the auditorium who submitted a card. So we'll go ahead and move towards the vote.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye?
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Thank you, members. That passes unanimously. And our third grouping is railroad companies. Ms. Cruz?
The next, the next industry group is the railroad industry. Vice Chair Gaines has indicated he will not participate in the vote for number 804, BNSF Railway Company. Chair Lieber and honorable members, I ask for your adoption of staff recommended values for the railroad industry, excluding number 804, BNSF Railway Company.
Okay.
So
Member
moved.
moved
Second.
by Mr. Vasquez and seconded by Mr. Gaines. And any questions, members, about the railway companies? Seeing none, we have no speaker cards nor any written communications. We'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone who would like to make a comment on railroad companies' valuations.
Certainly, and please press 1 and then 0 for comments. 1 and then 0 for comments. No comments are in queue presently.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board and Controller
Yes, thank
Cohen.
you very much. I do have a question about the, it's a penalty and compliance question. Specifically, there is a company that has a $0 valuation recommendation with a over 300 million penalty. And I wanted to know if this railroad has just ceased operation, and if so, how do we plan to collect this penalty when they have a $0 valuation? I don't know if I can go on record and say the name. I don't think I can, yeah. So you'll have to maybe speak generally. broadly?
Jack McCool.
Yes.
Data Sets Properties Division. I am looking at our value setting workbook, and I do not see what you are referring to.
A zero value, there's a $0 value recommendation.
There's no zero.
It's either a really good question or a really bad question.
Am I able to
To see the giants.
go up there? No?
Chair Lieber, can I interrupt real quick? We are having a little bit issue with the closed captioner. People who are watching it can use the services of the web if they need the closed captioning at this time. We are identifying it and curing the problem. So I just wanted to make that out there, that the web service, YouTube, does have closed captioning that you could use if you have an issue at this time watching the video and need the closed captioning. But we are identifying the issue and, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. And just for viewers, what was mentioned is that the closed captioning will be back. We're working on that issue, and it is available through the YouTube feed.
To Controller Cohen, to your question, if there was ever an entity that had ceased operations.
Yes.
So because our assessment function is limited to the assessment itself, the counties are responsible for sending tax bills and collecting the tax. So the Board of Equalization would not have a direct role in the collection of tax for a now defunct company. However, I do know that we do partner with our county partners. There have been cases where we will hear from the county tax collector's office and asking us to identify property to a certain value, because there are mechanisms at the local level, because our assessments are part of the secured role, the county does have the ability to seize property and then sell it in what's commonly known as a tax sale. So it would still be very similar to a local county assessor assessment that, the tax bill is sent by a tax collector, and if they're unable to collect it, they still have the same mechanisms that they would have for a state assessment that has not paid.
Thank you. That answers my
course.
question. I appreciate
Of course.
that.
Okay, members, we've gone out for public comment on this item. So we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines, to approve staff's recommendation on the railroad company's valuations, excluding number 804 BNSF Railway. And Ms. Cruz, anything further before we go to the vote?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cicchetti?
Okay. Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, members. That passes unanimously. And the fourth industry that we have before us is electric generation facilities. Ms. Cruz?
Our next industry group is the electric generation industry. I ask for your adoption of staff's recommended values for the electric generation industry.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Vasquez.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gaines. And we'll go to public comment. We do not have any written comments or anyone in the auditorium who's indicated that they would like to make a comment. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please let us know if there's anyone hoping to make a comment on electric generation facilities.
Certainly. To comment, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. And presently, there are no comments.
Okay, thank you. Members, seeing no further questions or comments up here, we can ask Ms. Cicchetti to call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Okay, members, that passes unanimously. The fifth industry that we have is telecommunications companies. Ms. Cruz.
Our next industry group is telecommunications. I ask for the board's adoption of staff recommended values for the telecommunications industry.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board?
About telecommunications, right?
Yes.
All right, I have one. It's a little bit similar. So there is a telecommunications company in California that has a $0 recommended value with a $179 million penalty. I'm just wondering if the staff can explain the basis of the zero valuation, and has the company ceased to exist in California, and it's during it ceased operations in the state of California. And I don't know if it's similar to the previous question.
Thank you, Jack McCool, Chief State Assessed Properties Division. Typically, we would not have a zero value recommendation. We typically have a 2,000 minimum value threshold. We will have, on occasion, entities that file their annual return, and if they have a low value, then they would typically not receive an assessment. With the statutorily required penalties, it's possible that it's put them over the minimum value threshold.
Okay, so do you know what company I'm talking about specifically?
I do not,
Okay.
unfortunately.
So another question, similar, there's a company that carries a maximum penalty of $20 million
Yes.
alongside a $232 million valuation.
Yes.
What's the specific basis for the maximum penalty designation rather than the standard 10%? Has the company disputed this valuation?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 830, is the code section that outlines our statutorily required penalties that we must impose. And it is a 10% penalty. There is a 25% penalty for willful failure to file, and that typically kicks in on the fourth year that they have failed to file. The statute also caps the penalty at $20 million. So we cannot exceed a late filing penalty of $20 million.
I see. And they they haven't disputed that they plan to pay this?
I'm
want you to-
fairly certain that particular entities would know if they have filed late. However, the official notice for all of our state assessees has not yet been transmitted. To my knowledge, what typically happens, most of the larger entities, of which the one you're referring to is, they are fully aware of the deadlines. They're fully aware when they filed late, and they're typically aware of the consequence,
Thank you.
of course.
Okay. Other staff would like to get in on this one.
Controller Cohen, thank you for your insight and your questions. We acknowledge there may be some non-compliance with some of our entities, and we will take the appropriate steps to get them into compliance. So I appreciate your questions, and we will take the appropriate steps.
Okay, thank you.
Just add one more thing. In the notice of unitary assessment, they also receive instructions on how to file an appeal in which they can appeal the 20 million at that time.
Thank you.
Okay, and so we are looking for a motion on the telecommunications companies portion of things.
Second.
Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines. Oh, Mr. Schaefer, yes.
I see several entries where we have a 25% penalty instead of a 10% penalty. And it seems to be the difference. The 25% is when there is a willful failure to file. Could you tell me something about willful? They just say, I'm not going to file because you don't have jurisdiction, or I'm not going to file because I don't believe in the Board of Equalization? I mean, I'd be curious as to what you consider willful.
Typically, after non-filers do not file after 4 years, we add the 25% penalty.
Do they hire, I would expect they'd hire an attorney to come here and argue that they were acting in good faith. I mean, this is big bucks. This would well pay for some attorney to come in here and squawk.
Sure.
Yvette Starr, Executive Director. Thank you, Member Schaefer, for your question. That is really what I just said earlier. We have some entities that are not in compliant. After 4 years, the first year is a 10% penalty, and then the fourth year is a 25% penalty. And we acknowledge that those who are not complying with the law, they're non-compliant. And they're.
You're saying it's willful. How do we know it's willful? How do we know they don't have an excuse, like the dog ate my homework?
Well, after 4 years, the law is statutory. First year, 10%. Fourth year, if you haven't filed your property tax statement, is willful by law. There's no excuse. No, the dog ate my homework. It doesn't apply.
Well, I would like to know that we would have somebody in the hierarchy, short of the courts, that would be able to reduce it, the penalty, or eliminate it if they're finding that there's some unexpected situation, like maybe the city of Garden Grove had 50,000 people evacuated. I mean, something like that. That wouldn't go on for 12 years, but.
I appreciate your concern for the property owners. If they feel that they're being charged a penalty that's unlawful, unwilling, they can do a penalty abatement process. And when they request an abatement, staff reviews the request and make a decision on whether or not the penalty should be abated. And we present those abatements to this board every time for the board approval to abate or not to abate the penalty.
And they could argue it's unconstitutional.
Yeah, they can argue what they like, and I mean, we do not write the laws, we only administer the laws,
Okay, I agree.
okay? So staff is imposing a penalty based on the law that was enacted.
Yeah, I'm just surprised to see 25% penalties when most of them are 10%, and there's nobody here pleading for mercy.
Yeah, they're not pleading for mercy, and that goes back to, why aren't they filing? Why are they accepting what we think the value of the property is? Why, maybe we undervaluing it? And that's why I go back to, we need to increase our discovery. That's a nice word of saying, we need to increase our audit activity.
But you say willful.
Willful, after 4 years, it's willful. If you have not filed a property tax statement in 4 years, by statute.
We're labeling it willful, but do we know if there's any goodwill or bad will there?
We don't know. We send them letters every year, asking them to file.
We're going to presume it's bad will.
After 4 years, it's willful. It's willful neglect. It's non-compliance.
Okay, well, there's enough money involved that I would expect to hear from their lawyers.
Yeah, well, they have the right to request a penalty abatement.
Right, thank you.
And we have to kind of cut that off here because we're really past our labor break and we're past anything. We're only a little bit done with our first item of the day, and it's 11:20. But Ms. Cruz, did you have anything further to add to this one? We have a motion from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines. We do not have any speaker cards from the auditorium, nor anyone who's submitted written communications. And so we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please let us know if there's anyone holding on the line who would like to make a comment on the telecommunications company's part of this item.
Please press 1 followed by 0 to comment. 1 followed by 0. There are presently no comments.
Okay, thank you. Members, motion by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines. Mr. Ketty, if you could please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So we've come to that magic moment where we're going to excuse the vice chair. And Ms. Cruz, if you would please proceed.
Okay, members, the board has taken action on all 5 industry groups. The only remaining companies for the board's consideration are the 4 assessees that Vice Chair Gaines has indicated he would not participate in the vote. Vice Chair Lieber and honorable members, I ask for your adoption of the staff's recommended values for number 106, Pacific Corp., number 146, Sierra Pacific Power Company, number 188, Kern River Gas Transmission Company, and number 804, BNSF Railway.
Okay, thank you. Members, is there a motion?
So moved.
This item? Mr. Vasquez moves, second by Controller Cohen. And we have no written communications nor speaker cards. So we'll go ahead and go to AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone hoping to make a comment on under railroad industry, number 804 BNSF, under gas and electric, numbers 106, 146, and 188.
Certainly, for comments, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. And no one is in queue. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Ms. Cicchetti to please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines is not participating. Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Any close, Ms. Cruz?
No, thank you.
Well, thank you for bearing up with us today and answering a lot of questions. We're obviously very interested, and we really, really, really appreciate the work of the State Assessed Properties Division. Every single person has really gone above and beyond with this year's work at what's normally a very difficult and busy time as well. So we thank you so much for all the work that you've put into this process. Thank you. And before we go to our consent agenda, I wonder if this might be the right time for our labor break. Okay, thank you. We'll go on to item 3, which is our administrative consent agenda. These items will be taken up with one vote. Item A is board meeting minutes. Minutes for the April 22nd, 2026 meeting, retirement resolution, request for board adoption of the retirement resolution to Lisa Thompson. We are not accepting of that item, but we're going to have to. The 4R Act ratio, equalization ratio, and the invitation to the annual meeting of the board and county assessors, as well as property tax forms as indicated in item E. Executive Director.
Wow, thank you, Madam Chair. Ditto what you just said. I've been informed that I was going to introduce these items.
Oh.
Am I not on item A? I'm ahead? Oh, okay, I'm ahead of the game.
You are eager.
Should I sit down?
So would anyone like to make a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Mr. Vasquez moves.
Second.
Mr. Gaines seconds. And we have a comment, but that'll be on item 5. Okay. So we have no comments nor written communications on item 3. And so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please let us know if there's anyone who would like to make a comment on the consent agenda, item 3.
Please press 1 and then 0 for comments. 1 and then 0 for comments. Presently, no comments.
Okay, members, we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines, to adopt the consent agenda. And so we'll go ahead and ask Mr. Cuddy to please call the roll.
All righty. Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Okay, members, thank you very much. That passes unanimously, and we'll go to item 4, our annual board photograph. And Ms. Taylor, do you have some instructions for us? I noticed that we have markers where we should be sitting, and so we'll go ahead and proceed with that.
This is Ms. Cicchetti, the clerk. I just want to make sure that everyone who's watching the video, we are going to put the microphones on silent, but we will continue to run the video so that you could watch us do this photograph. Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to welcome everyone back. Are we good with the audio? We're almost ready with the audio, I think. We're good?
Yes, we
Okay.
could begin now.
So we'll come back with item 5, which is a special presentation, and Ms. Stowers will present on this item.
Well, before we could begin, did you want to make your speech first, or would you like me to read the retirement resolution into the record first?
Oh, thank you, Miss. Please read the retirement resolution into the record.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please read the resolution into the record. And
My honor.
we'll ask Lisa Thompson to come forward also. Ms. Cicchetti.
Yes. My honor to do this for sure. Honoring Lisa Thompson on her retirement. Whereas Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, has dedicated her entire professional career to public service, spanning more than 3 decades with the California State Board of Equalization beginning on February 13th, 1991, and culminating in her retirement on May 29th, 2026. And whereas throughout her distinguished tenure, Ms. Thompson has demonstrated exceptional leadership, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to the fair and equitable administration of California's property tax programs. And whereas Ms. Thompson advanced through positions of increasing responsibility, including tax auditor, property auditor appraiser, senior property appraiser, supervising property appraiser, principal property appraiser, business taxes administrator 3, and culminating in an appointment to the career executive assignment position. And throughout her career, consistently exemplified professionalism, exceptional technical expertise, and a deep understanding of property tax law and policy. And whereas in her role as Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, Ms. Thompson has served as a trusted and compassionate advocate for numerous taxpayers across the state of California, facilitating the resolution of complex issues, ensuring fair treatment, and providing critical education and assistance to thousands of taxpayers. And whereas Ms. Thompson has played a vital role in strengthening collaboration among state and local partners, including the board, 58 county assessors, government officials, and stakeholders, while contributing to the development of policies, procedures, and programs that have improved transparency, consistency, and service delivery. And whereas her work has included overseeing property tax programs, enhancing taxpayer education efforts, improving exemption and training processes, and serving as a subject matter expert in complex matters, all of which have left a lasting and meaningful impact on the administration of California's property tax system. And whereas Ms. Thompson's dedication to mentorship and professional development has supported the growth of countless colleagues, fostering a culture of excellence and public service that will continue well beyond her tenure. Whereas beyond her professional accomplishments, Ms. Thompson is known for her passion for travel and her enthusiasm for experiencing the world. Her deep appreciation for time spent with her family and friends, and her joyful spirit, often bringing people together and making every occasion memorable, while offering a warmth and perspective in all aspects of her personal and professional life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the board, hereby commend and honor Lisa Thompson for her exemplary service, her steadfast commitment to serving the people of California, and her lasting contributions to the fair administration of the state's property tax system. And be it further resolved that the board extends its deepest gratitude for her decades of dedicating service to the California State Board of Equalization, and express its sincere best wishes for a rewarding and fulfilling retirement filled with continued travel, joy, and good health in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go first to Ms. Stowers for comments.
Wow, decades? This little girl told me she's only 39. Lisa, thank you. I have these prepared remarks, but you know me. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your years of service to the state of California. You have been so important to our organization. As an advocate, you have helped so many property owners, taxpayers, and resolving their issues and coming to the right conclusion. And I know the board members have sent many inquiries your way, and so have I, so thank you. You have been such a important, positive instrument when working with our 58 county assessors. The Assessors Association all respect what you have to say, and they are sad that you're leaving us today. You've been a great partner with our stakeholders, whether it's Caltex, CADA, or Gina. You have done an excellent job in representing their concerns. Let me not say Gina, let's say Ryan, because she represents Ryan. And you've done an excellent job there. So for 35 years, it's been a great 35 years. And I remember when I first started working with you, and I was sitting where Hasib was sitting, and I had questions, I had concerns, and you were timely, you were efficient, and you were direct. And, we can't always resolve a taxpayer's problem, or we can resolve it. It may not be to their liking, but you go that extra yard, Lisa, to give them the answers, to explain what's going on. And you do it with compassion. You walk them through it. And for that, I thank you. And as your direct report, huh?
Yes, I am.
I'm still getting used to this, but it's only been 4 years. You've done an excellent job as the advocate. I've sent issues to your way. You have an excellent system of resolving the issues. And then let's talk about your family, your daughter, your husband. I don't know if you guys know that her husband used to work for us. We had to let him go, sadly, because there's a little conflict of interest there.
He retired.
He retired, he did retire. He did retire. I'm starting to ramble. Lisa's probably clutching her pearls. Lisa, you want to come and say something? Because, you know, we're a family. We do everything together.
Yeah.
Lisa?
Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director, and I promise I will not roast you, because that was at her party, we roasted her. But Lisa Thompson will be sorely missed. If there's ever a complex tax question from a taxpayer, from one of my family members, from anyone I know, I go to Lisa. I know I'm gonna get the answer. And if Lisa doesn't have the answer off the top of her head, she will research it. She will check it. She's thorough. She is also a kind person, a generous person, and one of the most fun people you will ever have the time to hang out with. So if you ever get a chance to see Lisa somewhere and she invites you to your table, sit down, because you're gonna learn something and you're gonna have a great time. And Lisa will be really sorely missed. She is truly a treasure. It'll be hard to be the only Lisa on the first floor, but I will manage, because there's a Lisa upstairs I can go talk to if there's another Lisa. So it's been a really fun ride, and I will miss your friendship and your being your coworker and being peers. But I know today is not goodbye, because I'm going to see you, I know for sure, next March, but I'm going to see you many times. So,
Don't forget she gave you COVID.
Yeah.
we're not roasting, that's right.
Okay. I know Lisa would like to say some remarks, but members, let's go to you guys first.
Yes, well, I'll go ahead and get the ball rolling and say, Lisa Thompson, how much we appreciate all of your help and your vast encyclopedic knowledge of so many topics. I often say that the Taxpayer Rights Advocate's Office is the best thing that we have going at the BOE, and no aspersions to anybody else's work. But when you're out in the community and you have no qualms about referring someone to someone who is going to give them the information, as Yvette Stowers said, maybe not the answer that they were really hoping for, but a complete answer with compassion and with interest and curiosity for their situation. It really is remarkable, and the service that you have given our state and our taxpayers is remarkable over the years. I wish that we could clone you and have a Lisa Thompson in every agency to be able to have that person who is open to the community and receives people where they are and gives them the information that they need to be able to move on with their lives. It's so important, and I know that you're not going to be that far away, so we probably will be haunting you up in Sebastopol or Santa Rosa in that area. And Vice Chair, did you want to make some comments?
Thank you so much. Just really want to thank you for 35 years as a public servant. And that's just incredible. It's a long period of time, and you've got to be amongst the longest tenured employees in the program, right, at the BOE. So I know Lisa's up there a little higher, I think, a few more years, but 35, wow, thank you. And I want to thank you for your outreach to taxpayers too. And I know that, you know, we were working together on making sure we're doing everything we can to get the word out on our Taxpayer Rights Day, so that if individuals want to come forward and speak publicly in a forum, they had the opportunity to do it. You also helped me out with property owners in Calaveras County who were having issues after the fire in terms of property valuation. So I appreciate you being able to highlight that for them. And I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. And, oh yes, also for the improvements that you made within our annual report in terms of providing data in a more simpler manner. I love that last annual report where you had the pie charts in terms of how you know, who is asking the questions? What are the types of questions that we have coming in that made it very readable for, I think, anybody who picked up the annual report, but also made it simpler for us in terms of how you presented that information to us as members of the board. So happy retirement. And I remember talking, you said you've done a lot of travel, so I don't know how much more is on that list for traveling, but I know you're going to enjoy your retirement, and we're going to miss you, and thank you so much.
Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, first of all, I just wanted to thank you for your service, you know, especially the 35 years. But I really appreciate the fact that when we all came in new, thinking 8 years ago, we were pretty much newbies, rookies, and you were such a pillar and so helpful, especially with a lot of the issues, especially in my district, that I was getting calls on, and just being able to pick up the phone and talk to you and walking me through some of the processes and how to navigate some of these complaints. Basically, they were coming to me at that time. And I think what was really nice is to be able to sit with you, and you were so accessible to a lot of the folks that had real issues, especially around Prop 19. You know, we had a lot of people coming in and trying to figure this whole thing out, and you were so detail-oriented, even though in some cases it was not the news that they wanted to hear. You were able to walk them through it and at least explain it to them. And I guess the one thing that really stands out is that I happened to be at a conference a couple years ago in Atlanta, participating with a national group, and I get this fellow from Orange County, actually, a former Board of Supervisor, comes up to me and he says, that person that's working with that's your troubleshooter that's dealing with the tax advocacy group, and he was talking about Lisa, he says, she's fantastic. I called her up. I mean, she didn't give me the answer I wanted, but she walked me through the whole process, and at least I understood why I was being taxed. And I was kind of shocked because this fellow, he's another former elected official. We usually don't see eye to eye, but he was giving me compliments, and I was shocked to hear that it was somebody from not only our office, but specifically you. So I just wanted to share that with you, and thank you. And I know Gina, who's worked a lot with a lot of our groups, has been really satisfied, has always complimented you in our conversations. And to have her in your corner says a lot.
Yeah. Mr. Schaefer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa, I can only envy you having 35 years. The government's decided that we can only have 8 years. I'm very impressed with 35 years, but I want to remind you we had some woman service the state for, was it 80 years? That's May Lee, the building is named after. I think you become more productive and more effective as the years have gone on, and I found you to be an important part of my success, that I have your office to take care of the people I represent. Thank you.
Mr. Emrod?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also just echo the comments heard here today. Just your warmth, your love, your embrace of this great state agency through all of its very storied history, and just always showing up and representing in the best light, whether it be the conferences or being on the front lines talking to taxpayers who are going through some of their hardest times, whether it be a wildfire or just trying to figure out how they're going to keep their home. So I just want to thank you again, Lisa, for everything, and also your embrace of me as I've started my journey here and continued it so much. And she continued to work until her last days. I had an issue correspondence from San Luis Obispo County, and Lisa took care of it within 20 minutes. So I really appreciate you. I think that might have been a record, but this is a big loss for this agency. But I hope you enjoy your well-deserved retirement, the fruits of your labor. Go see the world, travel, and just enjoy the time with your family. This is not a Michael Jordan retirement. We don't expect you to come back a second and third time, right? But I really do appreciate you, Lisa, and on behalf of the controller, too, we wish you the absolute best. You're an amazing human being. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we let you have your say, we'll bring up Gina Rodriguez, who is known to all of us, and her work with Ryan LLC. Oh, I think you got to push the button there.
Gina Rodriguez, I'm a principal at Ryan LLC, but I'm also here in a very personal capacity. Lisa, as you retire from your remarkable career as a taxpayer rights advocate and a dedicated public servant, I want to express my deep gratitude for the extraordinary work that you've done and the example that you've set throughout the years. Your commitment to fair and equitable property tax administration has made a meaningful and lasting impact. You've navigated the complexities of 58 different county systems and hundreds of different county officials, always focused on ensuring that people were treated fairly and respectfully and in accordance with the law. In a space where the rules and processes can often be overwhelming and very confusing, you brought forth both expertise and a steady sense of integrity that made a difference in taxpayers' lives and livelihoods. As a former public servant myself and a SALT professional for more than 4 decades, I can say without hesitation that you are among the most professional, dedicated, and compassionate public servants, I almost made it, and friend with whom I've had the privilege to work. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And now we will let you have your say.
So, excuse me. First, it's been an honor to have worked alongside so many talented people at the Board of Equalization and the property tax field, where I have learned so much. I leave with a sense of gratitude for all colleagues past and present that I was so fortunate to have worked with and throughout my 35 years at the agency. I want to thank this board for your support and partnership as chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. Because of that support, we were able to help so many taxpayers. I am very proud of the accomplishments of our TRI office team, excuse me, during my tenure to have issued 15 information sheets on various topics and also an information guide on the disaster relief for damaged or destroyed property. Those publications help taxpayers greatly. I would also like to thank all my team in the TRA office for all of their work to resolve taxpayer cases and for their exceptional work throughout my career. I know that our agency is in a place where we will continue to have success, and the TRA office will continue and be very capable in continuing to help taxpayers, providing that same level of service. They are prepared. I would like to specifically recognize and thank each board member, as well as the Controller's Office, for their support throughout the years and directing taxpayers to our office for assistance. While I will miss the work and my colleagues, of course, I look forward to spending more time with family and friends. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And we're not going to let you get out without some flowers, but we'll kind of hold on to those for you until the time is right. But we want to recognize you and really thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all your work. I don't know how you did it starting here when you were just 4 years old, but you've done great. So thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause.
Speaking for Peter, Madame.
Madame, our former communications officer.
Thank
you so
Lisa.
much. And thank you,
Lisa.
Yvette, for all of your
Thank you.
support through the years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to go ahead and go to our lunch hour now, where we can continue all the good feelings that we have for Lisa Thompson and for all of our staff here who are all incredible. So we're going to go into our lunch now at 12:11, and we will see everyone back here at 1:11. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are back from our break, and it is now 1:13 p.m., and we'll continue with the agenda. Members, without objection, I would like to take two items out of order to accommodate Los Angeles Assessor Jeffrey Prang, who will be presenting briefly on two items at the request of the respective Assembly and Senate authors. And the information that I have is that we do have Mr. Prang on Teams. And so we'll go ahead and we'll go first to Mr. Vasquez's item 10. And Mr. Vasquez, if you would like to open on it, then we have Mr. Prang here to make a presentation.
We're on 10?
Yes, 10.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Do you need to call the item, I guess, first, or does it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me do that for you. It would be, let me get to the correct page, just like you.
And I'm also semi-prepared to do it. I should have.
then go ahead.
I should have mentioned that before. So item 10 is under board member matters. It concerns AB 2172 by Mr. Gibson, County Assessment Appeals Boards, referring to Assessment Appeals Commissioners. And this is Mr. Vasquez's item.
Thank you, Chair. The next bill is up for a possible board support is AB 2172. And I believe we have Christopher Hernandez. I see Jeff Prang, my assessor there, on the screen. Is Christopher Hernandez going to join you, Mr. Prang, or are you taking this on solo?
I'll be doing this on my own.
Go ahead.
You're ready for me?
We're
Okay.
ready.
So, well, good afternoon, Chair Lieber and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to present our support for Assembly Bill 2172. For the record, I'm Los Angeles County Assessor Jeff Prang. I'm proud to sponsor this thoughtful and forward-looking measure, which will provide counties with a practical tool to address growing demands on the property tax assessment appeals administrative system, while maintaining fairness and transparency for property owners. Assembly Bill 2172 offers counties the option from January 1st, 2027 through January 1st, 2024 to use a single-member assessment appeals commissioner to hear and decide certain appeals. It is not a mandate, but it's a flexible option, ones that allows counties, particularly larger counties, to adapt to increasing workloads that have made it more difficult to resolve appeals for property owners in a timely manner. Under current law, appeals are heard by 3 to 5 member boards, and that structure has served California well since the 1960s and will remain in place. However, as caseloads grow more complex and voluminous, scheduling full panels can create delays for property owners seeking resolution, particularly since current assessment appeals board members are work on a part-time basis, even though the workload is a full-time operational need. AB 2172 addresses this challenge by introducing a proven quasi-judicial model used in other administrative hearings where a single, neutral, and qualified decision maker manages the hearings, evaluates evidence, and issues written findings. This approach, I believe, will improve efficiency without compromising due process. A single hearing commissioner can more easily schedule hearings, manage proceedings, and move cases forward, reducing backlogs and ensuring more timely outcomes. Importantly, property owners' protections remain central to this bill. Assembly Bill 2172 explicitly preserves the right of any appellant to request a hearing before a traditional 3 to 5 member board. This ensures flexibility for counties and ensures that it doesn't come at the expense of choice or fairness for property owners. The bill also establishes clear safeguards to ensure accountability and consistency. The BOE will adopt rules and guidelines governing procedures, public access, and decision-making standards. And these provisions will ensure that even with added flexibility, the system remains transparent, equitable, and consistent across the 58 counties. So in short, I believe that 2172 is a balanced solution that really provides robust options for managing the workload, particularly in Los Angeles County. It'll give LA and other counties the tools they need to manage increasing workloads efficiently while preserving the integrity of the appeals process. And for these reasons, I'm grateful that you are taking up this issue today, and I request the support from the Board of Equalization in advancing 2172.
Thank you. Excuse me, thank you. This bill, I think, is very timely right now, as, have we been engaged with a lot of the stakeholders and groups that we've been working with, especially during our hearings, and basically to improve the whole assessment appeals process. And I guess one of the critical question I have is, it's a critical aspect of the changes to the AAB system is due process. How do we ensure that the taxpayers are receiving their fair, equal treatment moving forward based on this bill?
Well, nothing will change in terms of due process and access to the appeal system. It's just the structure of the board, which will be hearing the appeals, will be different. Just to give you a quick rundown of how it works now in LA County, we have 5 assessment appeals boards that are currently impaneled. There are 3-member boards. LA County has about 45 assessment appeals board members who they draw from to create these 3-member panels. Part of the challenge is that we have a backlog of close to 40,000 cases. But assessment appeals board members are a part-time position. Many of these people are still working full-time in their fields, so they can't give, sometimes they can only come in maybe once a week or once every other week. But the appeals board workload is an 8-hour-a-day, 5-day-a-week demand. And the current system just isn't structured to handle this type of volume. But by having a single full-time, what we are calling a commissioner, they will be able to contribute to helping manage the caseload. They will develop a level of expertise, which we believe will help them to resolve cases more expediently. And it will create a level of professionalism in a system which is currently overseen by part-time commissioners and appointees. But for the property owners who submit an appeal, they're going to have the same standards of law applied to their cases. It'll just, rather than appealing to 3 members who are part-time commissioners, you'll appeal before 1 who is a full-time full-time commissioner who hopefully will develop a level of expertise to be able to handle cases more quickly and equitably.
Thank you for describing the whole process, because I think that's been the big issue. And I know in our conversations, and even when we had our working groups, the issue was how to staff it. So this gives you an option. And hopefully when you're mentioning, I think it's kind of overwhelming when other counties look at a 40,000 backlog here, that hopefully this will make a big dent in that and begin the process so people hopefully have an opportunity to have their appeals in a timely manner moving forward.
Right.
Let me turn it over to any one of my colleagues, see if they have any comments or questions. And I see my Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. Thank you, Assessor Prang. Really appreciate you rolling your sleeves up and trying to get a bill through the legislature. So in regards to the opt-out of a commissioner hearing, how would a taxpayer exercise that right and request a traditional multi-member board? And is there a deadline for doing so? And could the right be inadvertently waived, or does it go through a form?
Those rules will have to be established by the Executive Office of the Board of Supervisors, which in Los Angeles County serves the role of the clerk of the board. We won't be the ones administering that part of the process, but I would envision that it would be relatively simple in filing an appeal, that you could have the option of opting out from having a single commissioner, and it would be routed to the traditional 3-member panel.
Thank you. And then my next question and last question will be, would the commissioner model be available for all types of appeals, residential, commercial, and industrial, or limit to certain categories?
It It will be available to any of those categories, although I will say that we do have a, a two-tiered system currently. We have hearing officers which hear appeals primarily residential for properties valued under $5 million. So it's conceivable that some of these would go to the to this new hearing commissioner, but the likelihood is the other hearing officers will continue to hear these lower value cases.
Thank you.
Oh, it looks like my vice chair also has a couple questions, and then the chair, I believe.
Great, thank you. Appreciate this, Assessor Prang, and I'm just, yeah, my comments are similar in that I want to make sure that people are getting the proper due process in an appeal. And am I hearing that these individuals will be employees? Would they be employees of the assessor's office?
No, they would not be employees of the assessor's office. They would be employees or contractors of Los Angeles County. The Assessment Appeals Board itself falls under the jurisdiction of a county board of supervisors. They appoint the current appeals board members.
Correct.
And the administrative staff. The role of the assessors before the Assessment Appeals Board is kind of akin to the role of the district attorney is before the Superior Court. So currently, Assessment Appeals Board members are appointed by supervisors. They are compensated on a stipend basis.
Yes.
In this case, rather than they would still be appointed by the board, but they would be compensated full-time.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So there's a separation of power in a sense, right? So you have the Board of
Yeah.
Supervisors determining that, not the assessor's office.
That's correct. So the management of the Assessment Appeals Board will remain with the executive office of the Board of Supervisors, but the whole assessment appeals process is one of those functions that my office and the executive office both have a significant role in. My objective in this is to help property owners by dispensing of their appeals more quickly. This will save them time and money. It will save the county time and money in reducing backlogs. It'll also save us a lot of money in interest that we pay out for cases that tend to linger. As I mentioned, we're now close to 40,000 cases that are backlogged, waiting for a hearing. We've gotten that number down by more than half that. But the caseload continues to increase, and we're losing ground. So I'm trying to find some administrative efficiencies that will allow us to process these cases more quickly. The challenge is, as I mentioned, with 45 part-time board members who are intermittently available, sometimes it's difficult to create those panels. Sometimes cases can't be heard timely because of those deficiencies. But having a full-time person like a judge, they can not only hear the cases more quickly and develop a level of expertise, but they can also help manage the workflow in a more efficient manner.
Okay, and the bill would allow the taxpayer to make the decision as to whether they wanted to present in front of a 3-member panel versus an individual?
That's correct. It'll be an opt-out option. Obviously, we would probably work with the executive office to choose what the best panel is, but it would the bill does ask for taxpayers to opt out if they don't want to be heard by a single commissioner.
Yeah, that's great. And thank you. Is this bill moving through the legislature currently?
Yes, it's passed out of the Assembly of Revenue and Taxation. I think it's passed out of the Assembly.
It got out.
I think it's
It's in
third reading.
So it got out of appropriations.
No, I think
Yes.
it's in the approps. Isn't it in the approps now?
Um,
Assembly floor, okay.
So it's still active? Yeah,
So,
okay,
I-
very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? If there isn't any, I wanted to move and see if there was support for AB 2172.
Is there a second for it? Mr. Gaines, did you wish to second? Support on it? Okay. Okay, Okay, members, we have motion by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines. And I just wanted to briefly comment and thank you, Mr. Vasquez, for bringing this forward and for all the work that you and your staff have done on the AAB process throughout this year. I think it really improves the situation for taxpayers who are seeking to get an appeal heard. And thank you to Assessor Prang for his support and work on this as well. So members, we've got a motion by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines to support AB 2172 by Mr. Gibson. And we do not have any speaker cards nor any written communications.
We do have a written communication on this one. This is the letter we received from CADA that was distributed this morning.
Okay, and so members should have received a communication from CADA, and I'm assuming that CADA is in support of the bill. I understand
No
it was.
comment on that.
I did not see the letter. Is it?
It was distributed this morning. We received it almost midnight last night.
Can we read it into the record?
We may not be able to fully consider it because it was received after midnight last night.
Oh, just before midnight. It's like 11:45 or something.
Yeah, I think the cutoff is kind of close of business, but we do appreciate them writing in very much. So we'll go ahead and go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please tell us if there's anyone on the line who was hoping to make a comment on item 10. Moderator, are you there?
Just give us 1 second here.
Maybe as we're waiting for the moderator, if we could ask staff if they can possibly pull up the letter from CADA.
Sorry, did you want someone to read the letter, or do you, it was sent to all the board members this morning before the meeting began, because we just had received it when we came into the office this morning.
Okay.
And so it was distributed to the board members.
What's happened to our AT&T operator there?
All right, I'll read it into the record.
Please, thank you.
Date, May 27th, 2026, to Sally Lieber, Chair, State Board of Equalization, regarding the public hearing, May 27th, 2026, item 21. This letter is to express our proposed amendments to AB 2172 Gibson, which is on today's agenda. CADA will support the bill with amendments included herein. Number 1, taxpayers are allowed to opt out from using a single AAB commissioner, but instead, taxpayers should be allowed to opt in. The last sentence of the new R&TC section 1622.3A should read, an assessment appeals commissioner shall hear and decide a property tax assessment if an appellant has made such a request pursuant to subdivision E. Number 2, new section, R&TC section 1622.3E should read, E, if a county appoints an assessment appeals commissioner pursuant to this section to adjudicate property tax appeals, the board shall provide a process by which the appellant may request that their appeal be heard and decided by an assessment appeals commissioner. Upon receipt of a request, the county shall ensure the appeal is heard and decided by an assessment appeals commissioner. CADA believes that provide a process in subsection E is vague and should be more specific. There should be no requirement that an appellant's request be prominent or standardized with a timeline for when, how the request must be made. Also, there needs to be a requirement that counties confirm receipt of the request with a remedy if the request is ignored, lost, or otherwise mishandled. The concern is that counties might claim they didn't receive the request at all, or it was untimely. CADA proposes alternative opt-in language that places responsibility of the opt-in process to the BOE, not the counties, especially since opt-in likely will be done on the BOE's statewide appeal application. For example, BOE could place a checkbox on the application allowing applicants to opt in. The checkbox should read, I wish to have my appeal heard by a single member assessment appeals commissioner and not a full board. If the box is left blank, the appeal will be heard by a full board. Counties should be required to provide written notice and acknowledgement, even if the opt-in is e-filed. The board should establish rules about an applicant's ability to change from a full board to a single assessment appeals commissioner and vice versa, perhaps through a hearing scheduling. Counties should be required to track the number of opt-ins filed and heard. The opt-in language would negate the need to develop costly processes to handle potential taxpayer objections that might arise from the current opt-out option being proposed. Respectfully submitted, Michael D. Middleton, Vice President, California Association of Taxpayer Advocates, CADA.
Okay.
Is that the only written comment?
That was the only written
We had
comment.
nobody on AT&T, right?
We don't know. We have to go back to our AT&T moderator.
Well, before we do that, though, let me, because I think Christopher Hernandez from Mike Gibson's office is on the line. Let me see if we can get his response to the recommendations. Christopher, are you there?
Hi, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher Hernandez. I'm the staffer for Assemblyman Mike Gibson. Yeah, I mean, upon hearing these, I think we'll check in with our sponsors, and then I'll bring them to the assembly member, and we'll have to review them as we're in the Senate now. We passed off the assembly floor yesterday afternoon or the day, and so we'll have to just review these as we're in the Senate side now. And that's what I can specifically comment on now.
Okay.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, I guess you want the opportunity, I guess, to run obviously these things by the assembly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to see a copy of the letter so we could take this back and review their suggested amendments as well.
And we have copies of it, we could forward that. Was there any other comments or sense from?
Mr. Prang has his hand up. I believe he
Oh.
wants to make a statement.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Assessor Prang, I believe your hand's up?
Yes, it is. Thank you. I thought I would offer some response to that letter. I disagree with the recommendations by CADA to change the bill to be an opt-in system. Here's my concern. One of the challenges with the current system with the part-time appeals board members is they sometimes lack the amount of expertise. Sometimes they come from, we may be dealing with something such as an appeal on a major stadium, on an office tower, and it could be we have a new appeals board member who was focused in on residential property, and they may not have the skills and experience to provide as sound of a judgment in making that determination. A full-time appeals commissioner will develop a level of expertise from residential all the way to commercial over time. I believe that there's not to disparage my friends in the industry, but they may think it is more advantageous to have three less qualified or less experienced commissioners here or board members hear their case than somebody who has developed a great deal of expertise. They would have no motivation to ever want to have somebody with the greater experience and judgment hearing those cases, because they may game it and think it's easier to get the outcome that they want with the other panel, which is one of the things I'm trying to prevent in the system. My goal is to make sure that we have fair and equitable and accurate valuations. and a professionalized system will get us closer to that. I think it's a much better approach to have the opt-out as opposed to the opt-in process.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we can kind of go from there now, because whether it's opt-in or opt-out, the taxpayer choice is still there for how it would be handled. And I think technical amends would need to go to the author rather than us taking a nuanced opinion based on technical amends. So let's check right now on our AT&T moderator and check if the moderator, are you there for us now?
Our understanding is that they are there. Moderator, are you there?
It may be that the AT&T moderator is having some trouble. And I wonder if we might hold off on the vote until we can make contact in a few minutes. And
That's not required by law now, that's just.
well, we know about that side of things, yes, but we only have Assessor Prang for a certain amount of time, and there's only a certain number of minutes left with him. So we will take the vote on item 10 in a few minutes. The other item that Assessor Prang wanted to comment on is item 14, and this is SB 1352 by Senators Valadares and Allen, and this concerns disaster rebuild clarifications. Now, it's a little bit unorthodox the way that we're taking this up, and we have done this before, but my understanding for Assessor Prang is that this bill is on suspense, and it probably likely will not be moving forward this year. And if he could address that in his comments, please.
Well, thank you, Chair Lieber, and again, members of the board. I appreciate your willingness to consider this measure for support today, despite the decision in the Senate to put it on the appropriations suspense calendar. This is an issue that I feel strongly about, and I think it's an issue of fairness and equity to the survivors of the 2025 wildfires in Los Angeles. And I'm going to continue to advocate with senators to see if we can find a way to move this bill forward. Senate Bill 1352 addresses a critical gap in current property tax law by more clearly defining the definition of what we call substantially equivalent for purposes of rebuilding properties that are damaged or destroyed under a misfortune or calamity, which is a disaster such as the recent fires. This bill will allow a reconstituted improvement, rebuilding, that is, to be up to 110% of its original size without triggering a reassessment as new construction for properties that were damaged or destroyed on or after January 1st, 2025. Under Prop 13, homeowners are protected from reassessment when they rebuild after disaster, so long as the replacement property is substantially equivalent to what was lost. This protection is really essential. It ensures that families are not burdened with higher property taxes at the very moment they're trying to recover and rebuild their lives. However, current law does not clearly define what substantially equivalent means, and it creates a lot of uncertainty for property owners as well as for my office and other assessors in applying the right standard and helping owners navigate the building process. This ambiguity has become problematic in the wake of the 2025 wildfires. In response to those fires, the governor issued a disaster declaration allowing governments to adopt expedited building policies, which would allow a modest increase in structure size up to 110% of the original footprint in order to accommodate modern building codes and safety improvements and new fire standards that have been imposed since those fires. But despite these approvals, homeowners still face a certain amount of uncertainty about whether rebuilding could inadvertently trigger reassessment. Senate Bill 1352 provides clear and practical solution by expressly stating that building up to 110% as allowed in the governor's declaration, that size qualifies as substantially equivalent for assessment purposes. This bill aligns the property tax law with the post-fire rebuilding policies and practices. It ensures homeowners who follow approved guidelines are not penalized with an unexpected tax increase. But also importantly, SB 1352 promotes consistency across counties. It strengthens taxpayer protections. It provides assessors with a clear statutory guidance, reduces disputes, and ensures that there'll be a uniform application of the law so that these disaster survivors are treated fairly regardless of where they live. At its core, the bill is about stability, fairness, and recovery. It recognizes the realities of modern building and upholding California's longstanding commitment to taxpayer protections. For families recovering from disaster, this certainly matters. SB 1352 will deliver that certainty that we need. This measure has been endorsed by the California Assessors Association, the City of Los Angeles, the City of Malibu, the City of Pasadena, all impacted by those fires. And it would be really helpful for my efforts to advocate for this bill if the Board of Equalization would weigh in as well, despite the current status in the Senate.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Assessor Prang? Mr. Schaefer.
I want to ask Member Vasquez, when did we know that Assessor Prang was going to be testifying?
For today?
Yeah, did we just learn it or has
No, we knew about it a couple of weeks ago.
Well,
The only
why-
difference was that.
Why isn't he mentioned in our docket? He should be mentioned in our docket. We need to upgrade our docket to let us know. I know Assessor Prang. I'm delighted that he's here today, but yesterday and today, looking over the docket, I was clueless. You know,
I thought they shared it with everybody, but no. Yeah, we knew a couple of weeks ago. We didn't know in terms of what order. We just moved it up because of other.
well, if he wants to speak on 10 and 14, the minute we learn that, we should direct our clerk to update the docket.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
We will definitely do that. Other questions for Mr. Prang? I know that he has to leave just in a couple moments here. Mr. Gaines.
I've got a question. I'm not sure who could best answer it. It might be Ted Angelo, but I'm just trying to get a sense as to why this is not out of appropriations. Is it held in appropriations? And I like the bill. And is there a possibility it could come out of appropriations before the end of the session? So.
Ted Angelo, Chief of the Legislative and Statistics Division. And I'll just answer quickly. The bill was held on suspense. So that's pretty much in the second year of a 2-year session without any other notation by the committee. When a bill's held on suspense, it's dead.
Okay.
But if the bill's contents were to be amended late in session during floor session and it was referred back to committee off the floor, now they don't love doing that, but it's possible the subject matter could come back. But this bill was held on suspense and it's not moving.
Okay, they could also amend it without substantially changing it. That'd be another option, couldn't they?
No, not when it's on suspense and it's
Okay, all right.
retained by the committee. So
So you're talking about a gut and amend. I mean, it could go to a gut and amend, which would make it a totally different bill.
right. They would
Or-
have to use another vehicle unless there was a waiver by the Appropriations
Okay.
Committee to move it, which I think is very difficult to
Okay.
attain.
But it could come out in its current form and go to the floor for a vote, couldn't it?
No. It can't now at this
Oh,
point.
so it's done.
No, it's a dead bill.
It's done, okay.
It's a dead bill.
Right.
So we're being asked for support of a bill that is dead, but we agree to it in concept? Is that what we're doing?
No, what we're doing is that we felt that it was an important policy discussion to have the assessor was good enough to want to speak to us on it, but it is a dead bill for this year, so we won't be taking public comment, and we won't be taking a vote on it.
Okay,
Because
all right.
we can't take a position on it, for all practical purposes, because it is a fully dead bill at this point.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah. And Assessor, I know you have to leave in about 1 minute, but any final thoughts for us? And we will definitely watch for a bill on this topic in the next year.
Yes, thank you very much. I will tell you that I am very perplexed as to the actions of the Appropriations Committee. It is very frustrating that they will not provide any comment respecting their determination not to take the bill up. If it is a fiscal concern that they have, one, there's the state fiscal liability is non-existent. These are local funds. But secondly, we did an analysis that if every single property that was damaged in the Eaton and the Palisades fires, that's about 18,000 properties, if every single one of them took advantage of this, of the provisions of 1352, the total assessed value would be about $500 million. The total amount of money that is at risk in terms of tax revenues is $5 million. That is if every single property does this. We know that not even half of them are going to do it. You're really talking about $1 million or $2 million spread across probably a dozen different public agencies. It's a de minimis amount of money. And to leave property owners at risk of having to be nickeled and dimed with taxes while they're recovering for a fire is just outrageous. And I cannot imagine why they would make a decision like this in the Senate. It's very. I'm trying to make government work better for people, to make it clear, simple, and to align policies to be consistent with other policies initiated by the governor. Very frustrating position to be in, to not be able to move this bill forward.
Well, we know that the Assessors Association will have eyes on this next year, and we look forward to working with you on a similar bill, because it's something that's very important to so many of our constituents who have a loss and need to have a tiny bit of breathing room, if only to meet codes in their rebuild. So again, we thank you so much for being here. I think we're getting you out right on time, and appreciate you making the time for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Great to see you all.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to try our good old AT&T moderator again and see what happens. AT&T moderator, are you there for us? Well, shall we just proceed to a vote on item 10? Okay, members, there was a motion from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines. This is on AB 2172 by Mr. Gibson. And Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, members.
Chair, I had a comment.
Oh, please, Mr. Schaefer.
I see all of these speakers are listed as office of.
Yes.
Offices don't speak, people do. I was looking forward to seeing and hearing from Mike Gibson. Is he in an assembly meeting? Is there some reason he can't be here? I would like to see, as whatever we're suggested, John Smith is going to speak for an elected, we should ask, is the elected available? I think the electeds would want the exposure in a public forum like this, and we electeds like to see and talk to other electeds on these issues. They may be the most competent people in the office, and they may be totally incompetent, and they're giving us somebody who's an expert, but we don't know that. And I think we're being denied the opportunity to communicate with electeds. Mr. Prang isn't elected. He's been elected. He used to be mayor of a city before he became assessor. Yet when it comes to Mike Gibson, nobody sees him. And, you know, I think we're being denied that on each and every item on our docket.
Well, maybe I
We
can,
requested all the electeds.
yeah,
It just so happens this week, they're all tied up. Matter of fact, yesterday when I was trying to meet with a couple of them, they were in meetings all the way until 8 in the evening. Because this is a deadline apparently this Friday to get a lot of these bills out.
He has been here before,
Yeah.
before the BOE, though.
He was invited.
yeah. So we'll,
Assembly member.
Virtually, for 10 or 20 minutes.
we'll pull this back together. We've made a good faith effort to get the authors here. Unfortunately, this week is the House of Origin deadline, and so they have floor session and many meetings off the floor as well. So we have to do our best, and sometimes staff are very good surrogates for the member.
We know that we want the real thing.
Oh, yes, yes, we are definitely doing that, for sure.
Thank you.
So now we're going to go back to the item that we were on before we took the two items for Mr. Prang to comment on. So we're going to go to item 6, and with your indulgence, members, this is a request coming from your chair. And I'd like to request that we schedule an informational hearing on affordable.
Interrupt you for 1 second.
Excuse me.
Real quick, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, to Mr. Schaefer's, we have Assemblyman Jeff Gonzalez, who is here for AB 2022, who's been on the line for a while.
Okay.
And some, I think, I don't know if you want to go ahead and go to that.
Okay, so we'll go to item 9. This is Mr. Vasquez's item regarding disabled veterans exemption, discussion and possible action for support of AB 2022 by Mr. Gonzalez. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a discussion and possible action for support of AB 2022, authored by Mr. Gonzalez under various provisions of the Revenue and Taxation Code relating to taxation. This bill would expand the benefits available under the disabled veterans exemption for qualified property owners. With that, it's my understanding, we have actually the member on the screen now. Mr. Gonzalez, if you would just share your thoughts and ideas and make the presentation, and then we will have some questions for you. Welcome.
Thank you.
This is Assembly Member
Thank you.
Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. My name's Assembly Member Jeff Gonzalez. Good afternoon, members of the board. And yes, we are in House of Origin right now, but welcome to being live at the Capitol and on the portico. They're actually right inside of there. We're voting, but I'll jump back in to catch up on my votes. Thank you for the opportunity to present my bill, AB 2022, today for your consideration. As we all know, California has one of the highest costs of living in the country, with costs continuing to rise. Property taxes can become an overwhelming burden, especially for our most vulnerable community. In particular, California is home to more than 1.2 million veterans. Approximately 380,000 veterans live with service-connected disabilities, conditions that were caused or made worse by their time in uniform fighting for our nations. Me being one of them, I am the only member of the state assembly that is a veteran, and I am a 100% disabled veteran. And nearly 25% of homeless veterans are located in California, the highest percentage of any other state. These men and women who answer the call to serve, often at great personal expense, many return home with injuries that fundamentally change their lives, their ability to work, and their financial stability. For disabled veterans, many of whom are living on fixed incomes or are unable to maintain full-time employment due to their disabilities, these pressures are even more severe. It can be the difference between staying in their home or being forced. And for a veteran who has already sacrificed so much, losing their home is not just a financial hardship, it's a failure of our commitment to veterans. But AB 22 seeks to address this failure. I come before you not only as a legislator, but as I said, but as a 100% disabled combat veteran who served 21 years in the United States Marine Corps. This bill is not abstract to me. It reflects the lived reality of many veterans I've served alongside and continue to represent. This bill provides a full property tax exemption for the primary residence of veterans who are 100% disabled as a result of their service and have an income below approximately $81,000, which will adjust with inflation. For those with higher income, this bill will provide a 50% property tax exemption. In instances in which 50% may be a smaller exemption than exists in law today, veterans will receive an existing exemption to ensure we do not take a step backwards. I'm aware of an error in the amendments taken on April 29th, in which the value of the property in 205.5.1C1 should be about $360,000 and adjust for inflation on a yearly basis. I am committed to addressing this error as the bill moves through the Senate and ensuring no veteran is left worse off from this measure. The provision of this bill also extend those same exemptions to unmarried surviving spouses, ensuring that families are not displaced after the loss of a loved one. This measure is also time limited and includes reporting requirements so that we can evaluate its effectiveness and ensure accountability. At its core, AB 2022 is about stability. It addresses homelessness among our most vulnerable veterans. It ensures that when a veteran can no longer work in the same way they once did, they are not left behind. We ask a great deal of those who serve. We ask them to put everything on the line, sometimes their health, sometimes their future, earning capacity, and risk their lives. In return, we make a promise that when they come home, especially when they come home injured, we will stand by them. Standing by our veterans means making sure they can afford to stay in their homes. Standing by our veterans means providing stability in the face of rising costs, and it means honoring their sacrifice and meaningful action. AB 2022 is a step toward fulfilling that promise. Board members, this is about doing right by those who have already given so much. I respectfully ask for your support of this measure, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Assemblymember Gonzalez. This bill is similar to, I guess it was SB 296 by Archuleta last year. And it's such an important way to give back to these veterans that we, that have done so much to sacrifice in many of our communities. So I'm pleased that you're bringing it back in its similar form. And the revenue loss that, some people are talking about is minimal in terms of what the benefits are to a lot of these poor veterans. So moving forward, I guess my question would be, in your experience, what have been the biggest obstacles to getting this thing passed, getting it through?
Yes, thankfully it passed through the assembly across the board. Everyone sees the need for it. Some of the minor obstacles was the potential cost, but like you said, Mr. Vasquez, it is minimal compared to the sacrifice that our veterans have and will continue to place not only on themselves but on their family and support the United States. So that's been minimal, but after several conversations, people are like, you know what, it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Let me see, I see a hand up here, Mr. Schaefer, Member Schaefer.
Yes, Mr. Gonzalez, I'm very happy you're with us in person. We quite often get staffers, and I am thirsting, for the real thing. How long were you on wait before we got to you?
About a half an hour.
Oh, my God. Can't there be some way that the red light goes on when it's an assemblyman?
I heard your comments about being present, so I wanted to make sure that I stayed and hung in there and shared how important this is by having to, miss a couple votes to come out here. But I thank you for allowing me the opportunity.
Well, I so appreciate all you're doing. San Diego and Riverside and Orange are my districts, and we're very heavy, with the military. And here on Memorial Day weekend, take up this topic is very important. And I wish you Godspeed, and I will help you any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Yeah,
James.
great. Yeah, I just, I'll take this opportunity for Assemblyman Gonzalez. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. And I've got a lot of veterans in my district. I live in El Dorado County, and I've been told that we have the most veterans per capita. Okay, so it's a small county, but we have a lot of, you know, when compared to the population, it's, I think it's around 6%, something like that. But you've got me beat numerically probably 100 times. So I want to just express my support and thank you for carrying this bill, and I hope you're successful in getting it through the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Yanes, and good seeing you again. I saw you in El Dorado County at an event. It was good to meet you there.
Great.
Good to see you here.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
No comments, 1,000% support. And may we take a motion from Mr. Vasquez?
AB 2022.
And Mr. Schaefer, would you like to second? Yes. That? Okay, thank you. Any closing comments, Assemblyman?
No, thank you, Mr. Vasquez, for taking this up, and thank you to the board for allowing me to speak here today. Now it's time for me to go back and vote and make sure that California's interests are aligned with Californians. So I appreciate everything you do, and any way that I can help, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Schaefer, that the board support AB 2022 by Mr. Gonzalez. We have no written comments, nor anyone submitting a speaker card from the auditorium. Let's try our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please tell us if there's anyone holding on the line who would like to make a comment on item 9. Item 9, AT&T moderator. Okay, I fear that we've lost our AT&T moderator.
Time is up.
So we'll get a word from legal.
Good afternoon, Julia Himovitz on behalf of the legal department. So it does appear that we're having some technical difficulties with AT&T moderator, but I want to let the public know that they can still submit written comments on our website, and we will get those distributed to the members as quickly as we can, and also per our regular policy, have them available.
Just clarification, the website address?
BOE.ca.gov.
Okay,
good, so folks know that.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Excellent. Okay, well, with that, we'll ask Ms. Cicchetti to call the roll, please.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Thank you, members. It's unanimous support. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for being here. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Are we aware if there are other members who are holding in the Teams area?
You're checking to see if we have any other electeds,
Checking
right?
right now.
Yes. Okay. We have just individuals who are staff who are very valued in various offices. So I'm going to hold off on item 6 now and go back to item 7, which I think we have a staff member holding to present on. Item 7 under board member matters is AB 1668 by Ms. Pellerin, welfare exemption sunset date extension. And do we have a staffer here from Ms. Pellerin's office?
Hi, Chair Lieber.
Hi.
Hi, I'm from Assemblymember Pellerin's office.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and board members. My name is Charmaine Mills. I'm the Legislative Director for Assemblymember Pellerin, who sends her regrets she's not able to be here today. But thank you for allowing me to present AB 1668 on behalf of the Assembly member. This bill simply extends the existing inoperative and repeal dates for the natural resources and open space lands welfare property tax exemption by 5 years to January 1st, 2032 and January 1st, 2033, respectively. The original intent of the welfare property tax exemption was to assist nonprofit organizations that purchased open space lands, held the lands temporarily, and then sold or donated those lands to public agencies for permanent use as park facilities. Today, this exemption has been in place for more than 40 years, and it has proven to be an important tool in protecting habitats for California's unique flora and fauna, and for providing recreational opportunities for Californians. The tax exemption for open space properties has a sunset date of January 1st, 2027, allowing the sunset or the exemption rather to expire will increase the cost of operating these lands to the point where land trusts will not be able to afford to maintain and steward these important natural lands. Extending the sunset for the welfare exemption will allow land trusts to continue to steward our vital natural lands. This bill is currently in the Senate Rules Committee waiting for committee referral, and it passed the Assembly floor last week on a vote of 77-0. For those reasons, I respectfully ask for your support for this bill.
Thank you very much. Questions on this measure? I think this is a bill that's very important primarily to District 1 and District 2 with a large number of land trusts weighing in support, including the Feather River Land Trust for Santa Barbara County, Mendocino Land Trust, Placer Land Trust, Siskiyou Land Trust, and many others. And so it's a very narrow but needed measure to extend this sunset as it has been in the past. Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question for the BOE staff. This bill requires that the BOE report annually on exempt acreage and assessed value. Has the board been tracking this data already, and will the reporting obligation require additional resources or staff?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. For the record, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. That is a new requirement for board staff to do so. Right now, we do not track it. It is not a requirement, but if the bill passes, we will need to set up that mechanism to do so. The information will need to be gathered from the assessors. They are the ones that actually provide the actual exemption of the land. They would have all that data. So we would need to set up a mechanism in which to collect, put it in a report, and to basically make it available.
Okay, that's a follow-up to my next question. You kind of answered it already, but this extension has been extended repeatedly for the last 50 years. Has there ever been a comprehensive review of whether the organizations currently receiving the exemption continue to meet the qualifying criteria, and does AB 1668 include any enhanced compliance or audit mechanism?
So as a part of our regular duties, we do, when somebody applies for a welfare exemption, we actually do follow-up, basically recertification type processes. We ask for updated documents and whatnot. We review their formative documents, all the documentations, to make sure that they are indeed still within the confines of the original granting of the OCC, and they meet current requirements. The assessors are also required to make sure that the use is still as they say it is. So it is a two-step process. So we do look at it.
Awesome, awesome.
Yes.
My very last point, it says, the bill is intended for open to the general public requirement for open space lands. There has been reports that some landowners are closing off some of these property areas, so it's not necessarily open for the public. So I would like the BOE to shed some light on that in the future as this bill moves along. Thank you.
Yvette Starr, Executive Director. I appreciate your last comment, is the land being used properly for its use? That was not inside our scope. The assessors will have to look at the use of the land, and they do have those who are claiming the welfare exemption, they do have them verify the use of the land on an annual basis. So I just want to be clear that we don't have jurisdiction, so we cannot make that determination. That's up to, for where the property is located, it's for the assessors and their staff to make that decision.
Understood. Is that something that we shed a light on in our annual report, or is that completely for the assessors?
No, because we co-administer the welfare exemption. We qualify the organization, the assessors qualify the use of the land.
Understood. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
It's related, but I'm just trying to get clarification on welfare exemptions in general in terms of verification. Is the verification of the entity itself at the local level, or is it at the BOE level?
Thank you, Vice Chair Gaines, for that question. The verification of the entity is done by BOE.
Okay.
We actually issue the certificate.
Okay.
So that's our role, is to determine if the entity meets the qualifications as a nonprofit. Look at me trying to say something that I shouldn't be saying, but that's our side. The assessors decide the use of the property.
Okay. So they make sure it's being used properly. The property is being used properly, and the exemption applied.
Yes.
Therefore, okay. All right. And you verify that it's a real entity.
Yeah, we verify the
BOE
entity
does.
structure. We make sure that the forming documents are correct.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Dave.
No, once again, David Young. Executive Director Stowers is absolutely correct. It is a co-administered program. We take a look at the formative documents to make sure the entity itself is a qualified entity. The assessors then take a look at each individual property located within their jurisdiction to make sure that use is actually within the scope of that exemption. For example, Boy Scouts of America, we take a look at their formative documents, whether they qualify as an entity, but the Boy Scouts of America may own multiple properties within a county, within a jurisdiction. Some of them are part of a charitable purpose. It's a meeting, camping site, or whatever it is, but some of it may not. They may actually have houses willed to them that they're just holding. They may have a business, they may have a car wash. That type of property would not qualify for the exemption.
Okay.
So it's a two-step process.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, any further questions? Mr. Schaefer, did you have a question?
I was just wondered why I was going to ask the representative why the legislator is not available. Is she in town, or is in session, or death in the family? I'm just curious. I would think, I mean, you're doing a very good job, but we might like to meet her, and she might like to meet us.
Yeah, sorry about that. Assemblymember Pellerin is currently on the assembly floor, casting her votes as well.
What?
She's on the assembly floor today.
She is.
She's required to be on the floor.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Schaefer, I just wanted to clarify in case it wasn't clear earlier. As Chair Lieber mentioned earlier, it's the deadline for House of Origin is this week. So they have like 600 bills that they have to hear. And Assemblymember Gonzalez was actually left the assembly floor and came outside and was using a cell phone to actually talk to us. So
Yeah, I saw that he was missing a couple of votes. And I
yes,
appreciated that.
right. So it's very difficult just in this couple of days for them to take time to come talk to us. It's just the timing of these being on our agenda and them up against the deadlines, it's very difficult for them to walk away from votes they're responsible for on the Assembly or the Senate floor to come tell us why that we should support the bill. It's a timing issue. It's not a disrespectful.
Maybe we could postpone some of these till the next month's meeting, so we would take away that pressure on them.
We'll get back to things now, and so I'd like to go ahead and make the motion that we support AB 1668 by Ms. Pellerin.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Lieber, seconded by Schaefer. And if there are no further comments, we don't have any written comments, nor do we have speaker cards. So let's try AT&T again, just for fun. AT&T moderator, is there anyone waiting on line to make comments on item 7?
Madam Chair, can you hear us?
Yes, now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
110 for any comments on that line number? No one is in queue at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Members, we have a motion and a second, and we'll ask Ms. Cicchetti to please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emeron.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, members. That passes unanimously, and thanks to Ms. Pellerin staff for being here. We very much appreciate that. Our next item up would be item 8, under board member matters, which concerns AB 1971 by Bennett, exclusion from reassessment for home hardening retrofit improvement. And Mr. Vasquez is going to be presenting this item.
What number are we on now?
Item 8.
8, okay. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This discussion and possible action for support of AB 1971. Bennett, under various provisions of the Revenue and Taxation Code relating to taxation, this bill would clarify that the home hardening retrofitting improvements meeting certain conditions do not trigger reassessment as new construction. This bill would also possible board support for AB 1971, and I believe we have, is it Hannah Elson from the Office of Assemblymember Steve Bennett? Are they online?
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Welcome. I'll let you take
Thank
over.
you. Thank you. Madam Chair and board members, my name is Hannah Elson. I'm a legislative aide for Assemblymember Bennett. I'm here today on the member's behalf to present AB 1971. He also sends his regrets. He's currently in session for House of Origin this week. California is at a tipping point. 14 of the 20 most destructive fires occurred within the last 10 years. And last year's historic LA fires have shown us that property resilience is no longer optional, it's a necessity. AB 1971 directs the Board of Equalization to clarify that home hardening retrofits are not accessible upgrades and therefore won't result in a higher property tax. Comprehensive home hardening, which includes installation of ember-resistant siding, multi-paned windows, Class A or fireproof roofs, can cost upwards of $100,000. With this clarity, we hope that Californians will be incentivized to take real steps to protect their home from wildfire without fear that their property tax will increase. Unfortunately, this bill was held on the Assembly suspense file, but we remain committed to working with the Board of Equalization and assessors to ensure that home hardening retrofits won't be considered accessible.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Elson. As I'm looking at this, I strongly support this bill, as clarity is extremely important for homeowners as they consider how to upgrade their homes to protect them from fires. My question, though, to you is, in your research for the bill, have you encountered inconsistencies from county to county, and what kinds of home hardening would be, what would trigger a reassessment on their property?
So we worked with the Assessors Association on this, or they've been providing a lot of sort of technical assistance to us in our conversations with them. It sounds like they're ultimately, it is up to the assessor's discretion to decide whether or not an upgrade is accessible. But for the most part, it seemed like there was agreement among various counties across the state that as long as a home hardening retrofit does not change the use or the footprint of the home, then it is not accessible.
Thank you. That's what I was kind of hearing from folks county to county, and I just wanted to confirm that and what it stated in the record as well. With that, let me turn it to my colleagues to see if there's any questions from any of the members.
Yes.
And I see Deputy Controller with his hand up.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. I appreciate the Assembly members' bill too. I guess this is another question for the Board of Equalization staff. Is there a risk that the definition of home hardening, retrofitting improvement is broad enough to be interpreted inconsistently by county assessors, and how would the Board of Equalization guidance address that caveat?
Excuse me. Thank you, Deputy Controller Amaran, for that question. Once again, David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, for the record. In general, I think most people do agree that if you're retrofitting a home for fire resistance measures, it typically would not be new construction. If you had a roof prior and you replaced it with a Class A fire resistant roof, most assessors would view it as a replacement, and they probably would not consider it new construction. There are a couple of things under the Revenue and Taxation Code that signifies what is new construction. One of them is basically you're adding something new that did not exist before. That would be new construction, whether it's extra square footage or you add a shed in the back, something that is new that did not exist. The other two things were all. The other one, our speaker already touched on. If you change the use of it, then that construction that you do to change the use of it is considered new construction. And then the very last thing that could be construed as new construction is that if you basically rehabilitate it so that it is substantially equivalent to new, then that is also new construction. And that is the area that would probably be the most gray in as to what exactly is accessible new construction and what is retrofitting. Our goal is to develop guidance to maybe delineate that a little bit and to put a little bit of guidelines around it. We're working with our legal department to see whether just guidance is necessary, whether we need to update perhaps our property tax rule. We have a property tax rule 463 that basically describes and clarifies as to what is new construction. So the case in point, a house burns down, they rebuild it, but a lot of that is actually fire-resistant material now, or a new, or something that was not existent before. How does that fit in? So we will have to basically work with our stakeholders, with our legal, and basically vet those issues and see where those gray areas are and how to set up good guidelines so that people understand it.
Because if you can imagine, if I'm gonna rebuild and what that kind of looks like, so ember-resistant vents, fire-rated roofs, defensible space landscaping, and you talk about the idea of a shed. But if I'm gonna build back my $10 million house in Malibu and maybe spend an extra $1 million on more of a defensive house and maybe build that shed, but put things in it that maybe will help me fight a fire while I wait for the fire department to come. So those are kind of the gray areas that BOE can definitely lend a little bit of guidance on. I think will be very, very helpful, especially as we continue this rebuild, especially after a really bad wildfire season. Thank you.
Of course.
What's interesting when you're talking about hardening, and if it's something new, and I'm just wondering, if somebody, especially if somebody's sitting like on a hillside, and maybe for whatever reasons, felt it was okay to leave or not have a wall, if it's on a hillside down on a hill, but now hardening, they're thinking, well, sure, you know what? Maybe I should have almost like a firewall, along the back of the yard or on the sides. Is that considered new construction? That's kind of a gray area.
That's the gray area. You're absolutely correct. The parts that are true retrofitting, we understand, and I think most people agree on. Your case is very, very illustrative of what questions we need to address. A new fire break is put in, it's not retrofitted. Is that included? And I think there's going to be a lot of conversation on that part.
Yeah.
Question if I
Vice
could.
Chair, go ahead. You had a question?
Okay, yeah, thank you. So what you're saying is if I put a new roof on my house, there's no tax consequence?
Typically not. I have to couch it with typically. If you did it now, regardless of whether this bill's not going to make it this session, but if it comes back around, even without it, chances are you would not be reassessed. You had a pre-existing roof and you replaced it. That's repair and replacement. And 463, our property tax rule, has a pretty good guideline and a pretty good handle on that. That typically would not be. The only chance that would be is if you basically tore down your whole house and you rebuilt it so that you rehabilitated it so it's substantially equivalent to new, the whole structure, then that could be picked up as new construction. Okay. But it would have to be a pretty extensive redo.
Sure, but you might not maybe go to that extent, but you might put a new roof, new siding, and new windows on.
Yeah.
Just to be cautious, or the insurance company may ask you to do certain things. And I think that's what the bill's driving at, isn't it? That
yeah. The bill has two parts to it. One, it requires, it asks us to basically provide the guidelines. And two, it makes a reference to another code that actually has what they consider retrofitting in it. So if the bill passes, that type of reference would make the discernment much easier because they actually list what is retrofitting. Without that, that's where the gray comes in.
Right, it should be helpful for folks having to do that, not to have additional taxes paid. So, yeah, thank you.
Of course.
Deputy Controller?
Appreciate that, Mr. Vasquez. I had one more quick question, I guess, for the author of the bill. Would home hardening improvements funded by insurance proceeds or government grants still qualify, or does the funding source affect the exclusion?
That's a great question. We actually have not discussed that circumstance. I would have to check in with Assemblymember Bennett and get his thoughts on that. My take would most likely be yes, but again, I need to just get clarity from him on his exact intent with this bill, as this is a member-sponsored one.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The only other question I had, currently, Ms. Elson, where's this sitting now, this bill?
Unfortunately, it got held in the Assembly suspense file. So the bill is dead for all intents and purposes. But that being said, my boss, Assemblymember Bennett, continues to be very passionate about home hardening and ensuring that folks have the tools to take the steps in order to comprehensively harden their home. So we look forward to continue working with yourselves as well as the assessors to figure out the best route possible in order to ensure that we have this clarity for our constituents.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to move it, but it doesn't make sense at this point, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just comment, a thank you to Mr. Bennett and staff for the presentation. Obviously, we're very interested at the BOE in this issue, and we're going to look forward to a process with our staff of further clarifications to the extent that we can. But we will be very interested in a bill coming back next year, potentially at the beginning of a 2-year session, when there's time to work it through, because we all have constituents who are really impacted by this, and as our vice chair mentioned, often at the behest of their insurer. And there's a whole new front that's been opened in that situation of insurers denying continued coverage on homes in San Francisco with flat roofs, of which there are literally thousands. And so if you change your roof line, it is in essence a major change to your house that does make that accessible so people can find themselves in a very difficult situation. But we thank you so much for coming forward, and we will not forget the issue, and so please count us in for communication next year.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're about a little bit more than 20 minutes late for our labor break. So we apologize to those who are holding on the line to make a presentation. We will just take a 5-minute break instead of a 10-minute break and come right back and continue with our agenda. So if we could be back here by 2:38 at the latest.
We don't have any electeds on hold, right?
I don't believe so at this point. But staff are very important too. So we'll take a 5-minute labor break.
How long have people been online?
It could be a while, yeah. But we're sort of triaging things right now because it's a difficult time.
I was appalled at that
So,
5-minute estimate from the
5-minute break, so 2:39. So we're going to pull it back together now at 2:40, and we'll go to, are we all set with our
Is AT&T back with us?
audiovisual? And we're going to go on to item 11, under board member matters, which concerns SB 888 by Mr. Sayerto, Senator Sayerto, disabled veteran disability exclusion. And Mr. Vasquez will be presenting this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This discussion and possible action for support of SB 888 Ciartos under various provisions of the Revenue and Tax Code relating to taxation. This bill would exclude service-connected disability payments from the definition of household income for purposes of disabled veterans exemption. The bill up for possible board support is SB 888. We have Wyatt, and I believe it's June Teenan. I don't know if I'm butchering your name there, from the office of Senator Kelly Ciarto, who's here on Teams to present and discuss this bill. And I see you on the screen, so I will turn it over to you. Thank you for showing up.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. My name is Wyatt Juntinen. I'm the Capital Director for Senator Ciarto. And if I can be indulged for 2 minutes, I want to speak to Mr. Schaefer's point about the timing of this meeting and conflicting with the House of Origin. Unfortunately, the board's next meeting, scheduled in June, falls within the 10-day period for accepted letters for the Assembly Revenue Tax Committee. So if these items were to be delayed, we'd actually miss the deadline to submit letters of support for the hearing for these 3 bills that I'll present on today. So wanted to raise that as a point to Mr. Schaefer, since he represents many of the same counties as Senator Ciarto, who wishes he could be here today, but is presenting on the Senate floor currently. So with that being said, Senate Bill 888 deals with many of the same issues brought up by Assemblymember Gonzalez regarding disabled veterans and their household income and the exemptions for property taxes. This bill is identical to SB 56, which the Board of Equalization took a support stance on last year. Unfortunately, that bill was held in the Assembly Revenue Tax suspense file. Thus far, SB 888 has flown through the process on consent, and it is now set for a hearing early in June in the Assembly Revenue Tax Committee. So the core paradox in this bill is if an individual receives the disability pay and receives basic Social Security, that works out to about $91,451 annually, which is above the low income ceiling of $81,000 to qualify for the low income exemption. Obviously, when we crafted the exemption, we were not considering disability pay and Social Security as being somehow high income in the state of California. And this bill matches federal standards and chooses to not treat disability pay as regular income.
Thank you. As I was looking through it, you're right, and I think you mentioned it, it's similar to the previous one, I guess it was SB 56 from last year. The disability income alone can make up a large portion of that 40,000, and removing this from the definition of income for taxpayers would better reflect the reality of the earning power of these veterans. This bill addresses another aspect of the property tax benefit, which was created for disabled veterans, but isn't serving them in this optimal way. And I strongly support it moving forward. But I would like to see if there's any comments or questions from any of my colleagues before I move it. And I see heads moving. And Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. I want to also thank Senator Ciarto's office. He's always been involved with the Board of Equalization. So this has to do with the probate court, correct?
No, that will be the next item, SB 288.
Then I'll just hold. Thank you.
Vice Chair Gaines, I believe you had a question.
Yeah, where's the status of this bill? Is it going to the floor or where
I
are
believe.
This bill,
Go ahead, I'm sorry, go
this
ahead.
bill passed off the floor and is set for hearing, I believe in early June in Assembly Rev and Tax.
Oh, great, wonderful. Well, I just wanted to commend Senator Ciarto for bringing this forward again, and hope you are successful and encouraged that it's moving forward. And I'm in full support, so thank you.
Chair, yes, Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Yes, I'm 1,000% in support. When you look at those two incomes that you mentioned together, accounting for some $91,000 a year, that is not a lot to live in most places in California on. I think the median income in my county is $180,000 a year. So this is a very much needed bill to preserve access to services for veterans living with a disability. And so I am very much in support, and I'd love to take a motion from Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, I will move that we support SB 888.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Gaines. And any further discussion, members? Seeing none, I think we're ready to go here. And we have not received any comment cards from the auditorium, nor any written comments. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, could you please tell us if there's anyone hoping to make a comment on item 11?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. And no one is in queue.
Okay, thank you. So we're prepared to have Ms. Cicchetti call the roll, please.
Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emmeron?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That's unanimous, members. We'll be supporting the bill. And we'll go on to item 12 under board member matters. This is SB 288, also by Senator Ciarto. Changes in ownership for family homes and farms. And what is, I think, very important about this bill, we've had many, many discussions over the past couple of years about the impact of Prop 19, and in particular, the predicament that families find themselves in when probate has not been concluded, and they're coming up against the one-year timeline provided for under Prop 19. And so this bill seeks to correct that with indicating that the one-year time limit begins at the time that probate is concluded and an individual can move into the family home. And so for staff of Senator, I'd love to have any other comments that you'd like to give us.
I think you set it up very well, Chair Lieber. This bill stems, we discussed it some in SB 284 last session. Unfortunately, that bill was trying to solve for too many items at once. So the senator thought it was best to address the issue of probate in a standalone bill this session. And thus far, it's been very well received. We are working with the Assessors Association on some technical amendments to make this implementation a little bit easier. I anticipate that those amendments will be in print ahead of the bill hearing in Assembly Run Tax on June 8th.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of staff? Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will SB 288 apply retroactively to families who have already missed the deadline due to probate delays or only future transfers?
That's an excellent question that I'll have to raise. I don't believe that this bill will apply retroactively, but happy to discuss that with Ledge Council.
I appreciate it. And if you could ask Ledge Council too, if there's a possibility of a limited look-back period for families who missed the deadline solely due to probate. And then one question for the Board of Equalization staff as well. This bill requires that the Board of Equalization develop a new or revised claim form in consultation with the CAA. What is the anticipated timeline for that form development, and will it be available before the first lien date affected by the bill?
Thank you again, Deputy Controller Emron, for that question. Once again, David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. If the bill passes, we will work and get the form developed so that it could be a standalone form for adoption and for them to use before the lien date. If the timing works out, we do our forms annually. We just brought them up earlier this year for board action in the consent calendar. If that works out, we can do it that way, but if it doesn't, we will bring it up for its proper implementation.
Appreciate that. While I have you here, in the BOE analysis, there's a note that absent this fix, assessors may face retroactive appraisal challenges and escaped assessment statute of limitation issues. Can you describe the difficulty this creates for county assessors?
Well, if the county assessors had to basically take on multiple appeals as to when the actual date of change in ownership happened, that would create quite a workload for them. As you already heard from LA County, they have 40,000 appeals right now waiting to be heard. Any additional, whether it's when the change in ownership actually happened or when they were denied that intergenerational transfer because of probate, would just add more work to their load. And this would actually affect more than just LA County. So it would be that magnified.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Of course.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, just a comment. In support of Senate Bill 288, I want to thank Senator Ciarto for bringing it forward. And wow, if you could get clarification that would grandfather this for folks that have been impacted in the past, that would be huge because they don't control the timeline when it goes through probate. So anything you could do on that front, we would appreciate. Thank you.
Happily. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vasquez.
Yeah, just echoing that, when we've had our Prop 19 workshops, especially in my district, that's the number one thing that comes up. There's people that are going through probate, they're trying to expedite it, but I don't think anybody's been able to do it within a year. It usually takes 2 to 3 years before you get all that thing settled. So really appreciate your efforts on this and whatever we can do to make it happen. Appreciate it.
Definitely. So I would like to go ahead and move that we support SB 288 by Senator Ciarto. And Mr. Vasquez, if I may take a second from you.
Yes.
And we have no comment cards in the auditorium. We haven't received any written communications. So we'll go ahead and go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please let us know if there's anyone hoping to make a comment on item 12.
If you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. And no one is queued up.
Okay, thank you. So we're all set to ask Mr. Keddy to please call the roll for item 12. Aye.
Yep. Vice Chair Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, members. And we'll go on to item 13, which is also a Senator Ciarto bill. It is SB 974 regarding Proposition 19, change in ownership, generational transfers, and providing for special needs trusts. special needs has been, trusts have been a really developing area of the law over the last 20 years. And I think that this is a bill that provides a very necessary clarification to indicate that special needs trusts will be considered as part of the process under Proposition 19. And I'd love to hear from Senator's staff, any additional comments?
Thank you, Chair Lieber. Yes, this really stems from a local instance we heard from a former mayor of Temecula about his difficulties in planning for the future of his disabled child and ensuring that he had a quality of care and sustainability even after he maybe passed and was no longer able to be there for his child. Obviously, everybody wants to ensure the highest quality of care. There's a lot of uncertainty in what that looks like. Special needs trusts is one avenue that the state uses to ensure that disabled individuals have a roof over their head, and also that home does not prohibit them from having access to medical coverage. We saw an opportunity based off of the BOE guidance to ensure that we codified and specifically named special needs trusts in the legislative statute as a reference for individuals who might be trying to plan for the future of their disabled children. So.
Okay, thank you. Questions, members? Deputy Controller Emron.
I appreciate this. I think this is for the board staff, probably. These S&T trusts are managed by a trustee for the benefit of a disabled individual. For purposes of the Proposition 19 exclusion claim, who is required to file, the trustee, the beneficiary, or both?
Thank you again, Deputy Controller Emron. Once again, David Young, Deputy Director. So on this case, it's usually the beneficiary would need to file, but for a special needs trust, they probably have power of attorney and special guardians or people that would represent them, then they would be able to do it.
Understood. So
Yes.
a follow-up question, when the severely disabled beneficiary of an S&T passes away, what happens to the property and its tax base?
Well, for property tax purposes, the beneficiary is seen as the owner, depending on where that property passes to. If they have another qualified transferee to it, then it could be subject to their own Prop 19 intergenerational transfer. But if not, if it's sold, then what would happen is they would treat it as if any other property that was sold, they would be reassessed at fair market value and put on the roll as Prop 13.
So it's relinquished from the trust? If there's nobody to pass it down to, it's relinquished pretty much?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on the trust vehicle as to where the property goes after the beneficiary passes or no longer needs it, so.
Appreciate that, thank you, Mr.
Of course.
Other questions? Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. My questions, I guess, are there other kinds of trusts, and I don't know if it's for Ciarta or our staff here, which should be specifically included in the definition here, either in the bill or in maybe future litigation or legislation here moving forward?
For property tax purposes in general, for Prop 13 purposes to determine change in ownership, we actually look through the trust to see who the beneficial owners are. So in general, much of what this bill is seeking is pretty much common practice already. What this bill is trying to do is make that explicit and codify it, and basically make a safe harbor for this very unique special needs trust vehicle. So as of right now, we don't know of any other special trust that may need a similar bill, but in general, it's kind of how it's already handled. It just makes it very, very specific that this does qualify, and it clears up any ambiguity with the assessors when they go and look for a change in ownership. When they see a special needs trust, they know it's treated a certain way.
is that different than like a living trust?
It's, a living trust is scrutinized under the same, basically under the same criteria.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, you see who the beneficiary, and if the.
If somebody's living there,
Yeah, if somebody's
continues.
living there, and if somebody, and the transferor is a qualified qualified parent-child of the transferee, then you look through the trust, because the trust owns the property legally.
Right.
And so if you did not look through the trust, then these intergenerational transfers would not work, because it's not passing it to a child, but we look through the trust to see who actually is the beneficial owner, who actually gets the benefits of the property in the trust.
Got it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, are you good?
Couple comments. if I
Couple of
could.
comments, please.
I
Please.
just, again, want to thank Senator Ciarto for SB 974 for bringing this forward. You know, through this process with Prop 19, we had a lot of constituents come forward, and we heard a lot of complaints. And two of those complaints had to do with probate, and then this one here with regards to special needs for a child. So I'm really encouraged that the senator is moving forward with these, and hope for success in the legislature to address these. I mean, we had people that were really in dire straits. I mean, when you think of an adult child that needs help after the parents pass away, and to have that go away through Prop 19, it's very encouraging to see this fixed. And I just hope the legislature will pass it, and the governor would sign it as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will go ahead and move the item. And may I have a second from Vice Chair?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gaines?
Second, yeah.
Seconds. Okay, and we have not received written comments. We do not have any comment cards. And so we'll go ahead and check on the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there are individuals waiting to comment on item 13.
Certainly. Please press 1 followed by 0 for comments. 1 followed by 0. We presently have no comments.
Okay, thank you. So we're ready to ask Ms. Cicchetti to please call the roll on item 13.
Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous approval of the bill, and thank you very much to Senator's staff for being here. Thank you. Members, we're going to go back to item 6 now, because I think we may have had some people who may have been on the phone line for a very long time. And this is my request for an informational hearing on affordable housing and issues relating to the welfare exemption, to focus on how the welfare exemption is working to promote the development of affordable housing. And I would request that follow-up hearing be on July 22nd. My staff and I have been engaged with a number of affordable housing providers over the recent months, and have heard about some of the very large disparities that exist in how counties are dealing with the welfare exemption for affordable housing providers. Obviously, the creation of affordable housing has been a real imperative for our state in recent years, and ambitious goals have been set. But frankly, right now, our state, in terms of production, is not at the point of doing the dog paddle. We're really sinking in the face of our need. And we know that in terms of the workforce, and especially those individuals who are of a lower income, but are essential workers, it is really imperative that we look at these barriers to moving this forward. So some of the issues that we'd like to examine are delays in processing of welfare exemption at the level of the counties, possible discrepancies among approaches within county assessors' offices in the application of the welfare exemption. We'd like to look at the implementation of AB 2353 to withhold property tax payments without penalty for affordable housing properties. And I think that this will be a very meaningful hearing and falls squarely within our duty to have oversight and ensure equalization among counties in how these basic functions are treated. The current situation does have a very large impact when it comes to our affordable housing developers working with lenders and title companies. And again, as we've seen in so many different topics on the BOE, sometimes forms can be very much a part of the dysfunction and the hurdles that are out there. So I think that this will be a very useful hearing and worth our time to have. So do we have any questions at this point about the possibility of a hearing?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing it back. I think this is great. You know, as I know, I'm sure most of our offices are constantly getting calls and comments and questions about how do we move this thing. One, you know, the whole process, and especially here when we're talking about the exemption, you know, that's one of the key things that we're hearing, you know, that some of these folks, they think well, because especially in the nonprofit world, they think they qualify and only to find out they're having to jump all these hurdles. And whatever we can do, I think, to help them move it along. Appreciate it that you brought it back.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to go ahead and move that we hold an informational hearing on July 22nd, 2026. And if I may have a second from Mr. Vasquez. And we do not have any written communications.
Can we go to the AT&T moderator first before we do any written comments first? Because I believe since we had some issues with the AT&T moderator,
Okay.
people wrote in. So if they're going to speak, I think that's better.
Okay. And so we'll go to our AT&T moderator for comments on item 6 on the agenda. Item 6.
Please press 1 followed by 0 for comments. 1 followed by 0. Okay, we have 2 that have queued up, and we just have to gather the names. It'll be a moment. We are gathering the names for you. It'll be a moment. The first comment is from JT Harrig Mack. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is JT Hirschmack. I work with the Nonprofit Housing Association of Northern California, or NPH. We represent nonprofit and mission-driven affordable housing developers across the 9 counties of the San Francisco Bay Area. Just want to say we appreciate Chair Lieber and her staff for bringing this important item forward. We support holding this hearing to share our experiences with the welfare tax exemptions and how it impacts our work to address our state's urgent need for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we go to Jen Collins. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Jen Collins, and I'm with the Oakland Community Lands Trust. We work in Oakland and Alameda County. And I also do a lot of work with our statewide community land trust network. So just especially around welfare tax exemption issues. So just really aware of how much this issue matters to our organizations across the state. And really I want to thank Chair Lieber for bringing this up and support the motion, and hopefully have a chance to talk more about this with you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there's no one else in queue.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we'll bring it back to the board now. And I've made a motion, which Mr. Vasquez has seconded, that we hold the hearing on July 22nd, 2026. And we're all set for Ms. Cicchetti to call the roll, please.
Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Thank you, members. The item passes unanimously. So we will go on now to item 15, the Executive Director's Report. Ms. Stowers.
Been a while since I've been up here. Well, good afternoon, members, Chair Lieber. I'm Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I would like to first acknowledge Memorial Day. We skipped that part. We just had Memorial Day this past Monday, and it's a reflection a solemn reflection for those who gave everything in active service to our country. Now, a little history. I didn't know this. It was once called Decoration Day. Thanks to John, he did a little research. So there was Decoration Day started after the Civil War, where family decorated the graves of those who they lost. Little history there. Okay, now, so May. The governor releases May revised budget. Looks pretty good. Improvement, 16.8 billion improvement in the revenue outlook compared to January, so good. People, that 1%, they're making a lot of money. BOE was not negatively impacted. Our funding remains the same. And Ms. Renati will probably go a little bit more detail on it than that, but we were not negatively impacted. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna skip the budget. Skip. Upcoming events. The assessors will have their summer conference August 3rd through the 7th in Napa, California. Once the registration opens, I will send you the information so you can register for the conference. I'm skipping a lot because I'm tired. Let's see. My team will provide their reports. And let's go to item 16, if that's okay. Oh, do you have any questions on my brief report before I go to item 16? Okay, item 16, members, Revenue and Taxation Code Section 617 requires the county assessors to annually complete their local assessment role by July 1st. Section 155 provides that the board or the executive director may extend by 30 days the deadline for official act by the assessor. In the case of public calamity, the deadline may be extended by 40 days. Section 155 also requires the executive director to inform the board of any such extensions in the next regular meeting. This report is to inform you that Amador, Colusa, Lassen, Mendocino, and Plumas County assessors have requested and have been granted a 30-day extension to complete their 2026 local assessment role. That concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 58 assessors. I guess 53 of them didn't have any problems with the time, and only these 5 do. Is that true?
That's incorrect, sir. We do have 58 assessors, but throughout this time when they're doing their role, they will reach out, they send a letter, and they request an extension. Just these three have requested it for May, but I've also reported to you in March, April, and January of other assessors who requested additional time. And I'm sure I will be reporting to you through June of
So their 2026 assessment role is not something they would be doing in 2027. They would be doing it the middle of 2026.
They do it every year. Every year they have to do the role. Just like every year we set the value for state assessees, every year they go and they do their role. So they're doing it for the 2026 year now, based on the January lien date. And then they would do it again in 2027, and 2028, 2029, and so forth.
Does that cause us any operational problems here at BOE?
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Go on to item 17, operational priorities, presented by Ms. Renati.
Making a lot of noise, sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director of the agency, and I'm pleased to provide you a brief update on several organizational and operational items. The first one is going to be workforce capacity. And since our last meeting, we have brought on, filled 3 positions. 2 individuals are new to the BOE, and then 1 is a promotion in place. We have also continued to evaluate our organizational capacity needs across the organization. As part of that effort, we're analyzing positions, strategically aligning resources as are most needed throughout the agency. At the same time, we are, as mentioned earlier, we are evaluating BCPs, budget change proposals, to augment our team as needed. And that will be coming forth in the next fiscal year, which is coming right up. These efforts remain focused on strengthening our workforce capacity, supporting staff development, and ensuring the organization is positioned to meet current and future business needs. The next item is, I'm pleased to share that the BOE met and significantly exceeded the state's small business and disabled veteran business enterprise participation goals for 2024-25. Got an award. I'm showing it on screen. If anyone's looking, it's our award. The statewide requirement is 25% participation for small business enterprises and 3% for disabled veteran business enterprises. The BOE achieved 54% small business participation and 5.83% DVBE participation. And we're especially proud of these results and appreciate the continued partnership we have and the collaboration we have with CDTFA, who really helped us meet these goals. And lastly, our agency-wide employment engagement survey has officially closed. We appreciate the strong staff participation and are thankful for the constructive ideas, constructive feedback, and recommendations that were shared through the confidential process, which helped us get more information once you make it confidential. We're currently reviewing and analyzing the survey results and look forward to identifying opportunities for improvement and implementing their meaningful ideas that were shared with us and support all of our employees' engagement and continued organizational effectiveness. With that, members, that concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Mr. Vasquez.
Well, thank you for that report and kudos, congratulations.
Yes.
I mean, it looks like you went above and beyond.
Yes, almost double.
Almost double, right? And I think it's so important, as we talk about small businesses in the state, people forget, they're the ones that actually employ most of the folks in the state. We always hear about the big corporations, but at the end of the day, it's these small businesses, and glad to hear that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate you also, and on both the small business and the vets, and what more can we do in terms of educating vets and business owners in terms of how they can participate. We talked a little bit about that if we can do maybe there's a means of outreach where we could make sure people are getting the proper training and understand the process?
So the information's available on the Department of General Services, DGS, their website, dgs.ca.gov. And small businesses and veteran business-owned businesses need to sign up to be a state vendor. And once they do that, then all state agencies who are, and everyone's trying to meet these goals, when you're looking for when to purchase something and making, meaningful decisions, it's a quick glance to see if there's anyone that could provide that to you at a reasonable cost. And so going to that website and signing up is the best way to do so.
Yeah, wonderful.
That's great.
Thank you. Can you give that website address again?
dgs.ca.gov.
Great, thank you.
And then Google, in the search box, look for small business.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Going to go on now to item 18, our Taxpayer Rights Advocates Office report by Ms. Thompson.
Well, you're going to like these statistics, Ms. Lieber.
I already like them.
So, good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. My name is Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. And I'm going to update you on the activities of the TRA office to keep you informed. For my update, I'll provide completed case statistics where we assisted taxpayers last month, as well as updating you on tasks that have been completed in preparation for the upcoming Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. That Bill of Rights hearing will be held on August 26, 2026, right here at the May State Complex in Sacramento. As far as the total number of completed cases for April, our office completed 30. 5 were in Vice Chair Gaines's district, District 1. 13 were in Chair Lieber's district, District 2. 5 were in Member Vasquez's district, District 3. And 7 were in Member Schaefer's district, District 4. Of those 30 cases, 6 were in the administrative category and 24 in the evaluation category. The memo that is attached to the public agenda notice identifies those completed cases by category and topic. However, for the valuation category, the topic with the highest number of completed cases was exclusions with 8 cases. With respect to the administrative topic, the topic with the highest number of completed cases was penalties and penalty cancellations with 2. As far as those 8 exclusion cases, 4 pertain to the parent-child exclusion, 1 for the grandparent-grandchild exclusion, and 2 for base year value transfers for seniors, and then 1 pertained to a base year value transfer for disaster relief. As far as the tasks completed for the upcoming Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, we updated the TRA web pages to reflect the details of the upcoming hearing, as well as to provide the details of the prior hearing into the historical information pages. We worked with our service provider to create posters and flyers for the upcoming hearing. And there is a new design for the poster and flyer this year, thanks to our new agency's communications officer, Mr. Taylor. It has more of a modern look and is more prominently displays information for the taxpayers on the posters as well as stakeholders. Next month, you'll be provided with copies of that poster and flyer. Also, a letter to assessors will be issued this Friday, attaching that poster and flyer. And again, at next month's update, the TRA office will update you on the issuance of that LTA. Finally, I would like to inform the board members that we have completed an update of the publication 802, the information guide for disaster relief for the damaged and destroyed property. It was updated for statutory changes due to Assembly Bill 245, Statutes of 2025, Chapter 530, and also updated due to changes from Senate Bill 663, Statutes of 2025, Chapter 549. We anticipate the LTA to be issued this Friday on that, and that LTA will identify the key items that were updated as far in that publication. So that concludes my updates. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Mm-hmm. Any questions? Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Thompson. And looking at this, I guess this is your final report before us. 'Cause
It is.
Friday's the last day. So we're going to miss you. You're leaving a huge, huge hole here we got to fill pretty soon.
Thank you.
But thank you for everything, and really you and your staff for all you've done to help
Yes,
us.
my staff is amazing.
Really appreciate it. And I'm jealous. You're going to be traveling the world.
My husband's not going to be so jealous. He's at home all the time. Careful what you wish for. So, yeah.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just want to, again, thank you for your last report and appreciate a job well done. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Schaefer.
I was just going to observe that Jimmy Kimmel also had his last reports this last week, but you had longer tenure than he did, and you left on you're leaving on your own terms.
That's true. I'm going to count backwards from now on.
Oh. Anything further? Well, thank you so much. You've really ended it on a high note here, which we appreciate. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, members will go on to item 19, property tax form, BOE 701A, and this will be presented by David Young.
Thank you, Chair Lieber, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. Before you, I have Form BOE 701A. This is earlier today, you already adopted on consent numerous forms. The Government Code 15606 requires us to basically prescribe and enforce its use. I wanted to take this one separate from that one because there was a lot of interest in this one.
Yes.
As you will recall, about a year or so ago, we were asked to prescribe a form that would authorize agents and designate attorneys in order to act on the behalf of a taxpayer for the assessors. We went through a long development process. We actually had this form on the agenda at least twice, and both times we had comments and we worked with stakeholders to basically make additional changes and comments. I believe we've kind of come to a consensus and this form is ready for prime time. I wanted it on its own separate item so people would notice it, and if there were any more comments, this would be their opportunity to raise them. We have not had any as of yet. So before you, I ask for the board's consideration and adoption of the form, and it will be made effective immediately upon your action.
Thank you so much. And I will just kick the ball off by giving my thanks to you and to your staff for the very long process that this has been. And you've brought it off in great style and getting everyone on one page. And it is just no small thing to get the details right in a form, because there has been so much dysfunction that came out of the lack of clarity on it, and I think you've really landed it in a great way here. So thank you to you and your staff for working so proactively with all of our stakeholders and making sure that we have the backup that we need.
Of course.
And any other comments on that, Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, I'd like to also chime in and thank you for putting it all together. And I guess, we've always had a lot of input from stakeholders and participants on this. And I guess the only question I had is, can you talk a little bit about the stakeholder engagement process that you used on this one?
Of course, I'd be more than happy to. So this was brought up actually at a TRA meeting, and the issue was brought up that there was no prescribed form. Each individual assessors either developed their own or did not have one. And you had to write a letter or do something else to convey that this agent represents you in matters before the assessor's office. So we took that on. We worked with the assessors first, and we were able to get some consensus as to what they needed as information in order have an agent represent them. We had other stakeholders, agents and whatnot, then come in and say, hey, we would like some additional amendments and changes to address some of our needs. And the last group that actually weighed in were actually the attorneys. The attorneys, because they are attorneys by nature, have the power of attorney to represent somebody. Their treatment was a little bit different. They did not need authorization. They did not need the property owner to sign thing they authorized. All they had to do was declare they are the attorney of record for this taxpayer. So it took a little bit of coordination and to basically run each set of amendments through to make sure everybody else was okay with it. It worked for everybody. We also have to bear in mind that every time we prescribe a form, the assessors can't use their own. They have to use our own. If it's a recommended form, they can do whatever they wish, but once it's prescribed, they have to use it. And we're very, very cognizant of the actual development costs it may actually require for them to program and to actually implement electronically. So we worked with all stakeholders. It took a little bit longer than usual.
Thank you. I
course.
figured that was a process.
Yeah.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for all the effort in doing this, because you're really filling a void, trying to figure out how to solve an issue with more than one party involved.
Yeah.
And it also gives you the ability to revoke.
Yes.
So, when you're done with the services, you can
absolutely
say goodbye.
to plainly revoke, designate whether you want them to represent you for multiple properties, because some folks will have one set of agent representing for one set of property and somebody else for a different set. So it took a little bit of development to get it to this stage. And I have to recognize my staff for doing such a fantastic job.
Great, thank you.
Fantastic. Well, appreciate this so much. Mr. Schaefer?
Well, I don't want to be the devil's advocate here, but I'm questioning why we need a form from either the assessors or from the board on making an appearance. I had a number of matters before the Board of Equalization in Nevada, and I would just sign on as the attorney or the designated agent, and that was it. If I was not the designated agent or not an attorney, I'd be getting in my own legal problems. And the fact that we in California, we're authorizing them to include forms to be used for the application for reduction in assessment. It doesn't say including permission to appear. This is just something I think, a matter of overregulation that we have adopted. I guess it's been going on forever, and we're just revising the form. But I would think that there must be some reason that we're giving Ms. Stowers the right to approve it, and we're giving the board the right to approve it. What criterion does she have to approve it or disapprove it? Is a person signing the application in prison or certified of being illiterate? I would think this is something that 100% of these are signed, because there's really no criteria. And if 100 of them are signed, I think it's just a waste of a lot of paper.
I'm not sure. Okay. So this form actually is not for application for reduction in assessment. That form has already been prescribed and it's already been in use for many years. This one is specifically for the assessors.
No, but that's on this form that we have in our little booklet here that's dated May 15th of this month. You're making reference to that as if it can be expanded to include authorization from somebody to appear, authorization for somebody to be the attorney. I grew up in a world where attorneys or designated agents just come into court and say, this is me. We don't have to get somebody's permission from the bureaucracy. I just think we're spinning wheels here.
People are happy to answer.
Yvette Stour, Executive Director. Very good question, Mr. Schaefer. And that's one reason why it took us so long to get this form finalized. As Mr. Young said, the attorneys who actually represent taxpayers, they felt like they did not need to have this form. But the assessors wanted something, they needed something in their files to know that even an attorney is authorized to represent the taxpayer. So we came together, working with the attorneys population, the representatives, we call them agents, but they're tax representatives, and the assessors, and redesigned this form in partnership that everyone could work with. It's a really good form. It took us a year.
Oh, it's a really good form, but I just say, why is it necessary?
It's because the assessors need to have something in their file. They need to know that you, as an attorney, are authorized to represent the property owner.
Well, when the attorney or the designated representative comes in and files an application for hearing, that's giving notice that they're authorized.
Well, this
I'd be
is,
happier
this,
if
this,
the form-
this is not for a hearing. This is for when they're just to receive their records. This is to, if they're filing their forms.
I think we have too many records.
Okay, let me say this. Before you guys' time, before you guys became sitting board members, we had, we had people saying they were representative taxpayers. They were out filing forms, filing applications, filing claims, and then the assessors had to respond to just learn that they were not authorized. They were just drumming up business.
Isn't that a public offense?
I don't know. But that's why we have the authorization form, the agent authorization form, so that the property owner would say, I want John Doe to represent me for this particular matter. We know who it is. We have their name, we have their contact. Well, the assessors know because they're going to be filing it with the assessors. So it's a needed form.
Wouldn't it serve, when John Doe files a pleading with a name and phone number and email, wouldn't it be just as easy for the clerk to call up and say, we have you as a record on this, can you confirm this? And they would say, of course. You know?
No, but the public wanted a standard form. They didn't want to have just 58 different types of forms to fill out. This came from the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing where the agent said she represents hundreds and hundreds of property owners, taxpayers, and nothing was done the same. The agent asked for this, and we thought it was a great idea to have one form prescribed. Once we prescribe it, the assessors have to use it. They can't have their own standalone form. This is what we do.
But if your recommendation was we eliminate the form altogether, we think of all the trees that are not going to be knocked over to.
Well, I wish we would eliminate some of those trees, because I had a tree fall on my house the other day. So, can you imagine the insurance problem I'm gonna have? And
So
it's a city tree.
I think in the interest of time, we have to kind of agree to disagree, and we are going to take a vote on this item if that's correct. Yes. And so, you know, this grew out of really protection of the taxpayers' information and not allowing extraneous third parties to sort of go fishing through taxpayer records and obtain information. And I certainly want that for my constituents. So we'll go ahead and move towards a motion. I think Mr. Vasquez is motioning with his thumbs up.
Second.
And
Move to approve Form BOE 701A.
yes, and seconded by Mr. Emron, and this is to approve the new property tax form BOE 701A. So we have a motion and a second, and we do not have written communications that I'm aware of or comment cards from the auditorium. But let's go out to the AT&T moderator and see if the moderator has anybody who's holding on to talk about item 19 on the agenda.
LE Hits, your line is open.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. My name is Kelly Hitt, Legislative Director at Ryan LLC. We would like to thank the board for supporting a statewide agent authorization form. As you are aware, all 58 counties have different forms, which makes it very difficult for taxpayers. Having one statewide form will reduce the burden for the counties and provide uniformity for taxpayers. And we understand what a difficult process this has been. So thank you also so much to staff. You guys have been great to work with. Thank you.
Great. I think that's it.
And for additional comments, please press 1 and then 0. And there's no one else in queue.
Okay, thank you. So members, if there's no further discussion, then we're going to ask Ms. Cicchetti to call the roll, please.
Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
No.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Okay, members, the item passes, and huge thanks to Mr. Young and your staff who've all worked on this. I think it solves a real public policy need that's out there and does it in a great way where it shuts it down and gets everybody on the same page so we can all protect our information and know that there aren't, shadowy folks trolling through our property records. So thank you so much for that. Thank you. And Mr. Young is going to stay up here because he also has item 20, the Property Tax Deputy Director's Report.
Thank you again. For this month, I have my 3 usual reports. The first 2 are letters to assessors and a report on our appraiser training and certification by Ms. Carolyn Stevens. That will be followed by a report on our state assessed properties division. Mr. McCool will give you an update as to what's going on in his division there. So if you're ready, I will have Ms. Stevens go ahead and get.
We are ready. Thank you, Ms. Steeman.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. I am Carolyn Steeman, Principal Appraiser with the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs issued since the report at the last board meeting and a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs issued to date can be found. As of the date of the attached memo, the agency has issued a total of 17 LTAs for calendar year 2026 and 1 since the report at the board meeting last month. That LTA is follows. An LTA to issue the report on budget, personnel, and appeals data for the 2024-25 roll data appeals data for the 2024 roll data for the 25-26 fiscal year. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions on the LTAs? Okay, seeing none, we could go on.
I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal, training, and certification program. For the 2025-26 fiscal year, BOE staff scheduled 40 classes and 2 webinars. Additionally, 7 classes were scheduled with instructors in the county assessor's offices for their staff. Of the courses taught by the BOE, all 40 have been completed for the fiscal year, including 4 since the last board meeting. In addition, both webinars have been completed. For courses taught by the counties, 7 have been completed since the beginning of the fiscal year. We continue to offer our existing online basic training courses through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as additional online courses and self-study training sessions available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions on training and certification? If not, thank you so much. And we'll invite up Mr. McCool to present on state assessed property quarterly report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Now that the board has set the unitary values for the 374 state assessed companies, SAPD will be mailing the annual notices of unitary value to each state assessee. Each notice will provide the assessees with the board-adopted unitary value for 2026 and will also provide information on how to file an appeal. SAPD will now turn our attention to allocating this year's unitary values to the 58 counties in preparation for the state assessed board roll that will come before the board in July. The objective of our allocation of unitary values is to assign the correct amount of each company's property to the counties in which their property is located. All of our state assessees will receive a report detailing how their unitary values are allocated in each county by mid-June. The other area of focus for our division is the private railroad car valuations. The PRC property statements are due annually on April 30th, and our staff are now busy working to complete those appraisals timely. Similar to our state assessed appraisals, the PRC appraisals will go through a series of reviews prior to coming before the board in July for adoption of the private railroad car roll. Thank you, members. That concludes my report on the State Assessed Properties Division for this month, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions for Mr. McCool? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. And we will go on to item 21, our Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report by Mr. Angelo.
I guess I should say good evening, Chair Lieber and members.
Thank
but
you.
I will, I know I always say this, but I will keep it short. Because we've heard many of the issues today in pretty solid detail. So I don't want to belabor the point. What I would just touch on is, once again, we're at the House of Origin deadline, and that term frightens people because all it means is you got to get the bills out of their first house. And that's why they're all stuck in the chambers right now in the Assembly and in the Senate. And I think they're going to finish up tomorrow, even though I think they have till Friday. So that's where they are right now. They're working through the bills that we talked about today. A few that we didn't discuss is our sponsored bill, which is on consent, SB 1437, to extend the pipeline rights-of-way in Section 401.10 of the Revenue and Taxation. So I'll keep you posted on the progress on that. The other two bills that are dealing with sunset extensions, one of them we talked about today, which is the open space exemption. That's moving forward, and you're supporting it. And there's another one for community land trusts that'll be coming up. I informed you about that a couple of weeks ago. I think it is AB 327, I believe it is. No, AB 672, which is the community land trust that'll be up in Rev and Tax. There's also a bill that we didn't talk about today dealing with authorizing electronic filing of claims for welfare exemptions. All of these have been on my list that I send to you every Friday, but I just wanted to mention it today since we focused on all the other bills that we were having you take positions on. That's AB 2089 Ward, and that bill is moving over to the Senate and will be going to Rev and Tax. Also, I'm not going to go over all the bills that were held on suspense because I've already informed you of those. So if you have any questions on any bills that I didn't mention today, I have my chart with me here and I can go into it because I don't want to, it's been a long day for everybody. I will say that there was an oversight hearing in the legislature regarding on May 13th, in case any of you are interested in it, was dealing with utilities and energy for oversight of the wildfire situation that the utilities, investor-owned and public utilities are doing. And there's a study report. I'm not going to go into great detail. I just wanted to let you know about it because it's so impactful for what we do. Again, it was Wednesday, May 13th, and it was a joint, I believe, oversight hearing on wildfire issues and pathways for policy solutions and study reports coming out of that, dealing with rate hikes, and Edison, and everything. But I just wanted to note to take a look at that. And I believe that's all I really need to mention today. We've covered all the other bills that you were taking positions on. Let me just check one thing. So I'll continue to keep you updated on the amendments that are coming into the bills that were discussed today and others, and getting our revenue estimates out to you as soon as we possibly can. And with that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Great questions. Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And just wanted to thank you and your staff for tracking a lot of these bills that we heard today. And I know you got several others that you're following real close. And I guess along those lines, and you kind of touched on it, the sunset bills. There's a couple, I guess one's coming up in 27 and the other one possibly in 28.
Right.
Is there any other ones that we should be aware of?
Just those three.
Just those three?
Just the one that we're sponsoring, the
Right.
CLT bill and the open space land bill are the only ones that I'm aware of.
And of the bills that we're tracking, we heard from several of them that are in suspense. And I guess there's several others that are still in the mix, but we won't know probably until this week if they move forward.
Right.
So I guess at some point we'll get an email or you'll just let us know.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
And on the disabled veterans and the veterans bills, the bills that we're going to combine, I didn't mention that either, but the bills that we're going to combine that we supported, there was a constitutional amendment that was pending to combine the homeowners and the veterans exemptions. That bill was held on suspense. So that solution, but we still have the other two that we discussed today, which was the income related for disability not counting towards your income, household income, and the new provision for either 100% or 50% that was it Mr. Gonzalez was carrying that he shared with us today.
And of those bills that are moving forward, what's the timeline or do we need to weigh in on terms of letters of support? You know, what's going to happen there?
Well, we're going to get, per your vote today on all the bills that you're supporting, they will get out and to the committees where the bills will be heard, conveying the board's support of those, of that legislation. The bills that are held on suspense that you support, you didn't take a vote on, we're not going to submit anything on those, but those authors know that you are supportive of their policy concepts.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. And a quick question for you. I know that I should know which bill the CLT sunset bill is, but do you happen to have a bill number for that?
It is, it's the first one I mentioned, AB 672 Caloza.
Okay.
And it's the welfare exemption for community land trusts.
Yeah, okay. So we are aware of that one. Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, Mr. Angelo, I'm aware that the legislature used to permit virtual testimony from witnesses during COVID, and when COVID was over, that stopped, and that the current practice is they only receive testimony in writing or in person. Can you confirm that's the case?
That is by the Rules Committee of each house, the Assembly and the Senate, so they can determine how they're going to have testimony received. They don't have a statute governing how it can be done like we do with Bagley-Keene or the Brown Act for locals. So that is, but you are correct in how that's how they're going about their business now.
Yes, well, thank you. And there's 80 people in the Assembly and 40 in the Senate. When the legislature's in session, are there 120 bodies over there, or is there 10% stay home? Can they appear remotely in Sacramento?
They make announcements on the floor when a member is out for whatever reason, whether it's health reasons or whatnot. But the 120 are there, and then they go back to their districts on Fridays.
Oh, and if they are out for health reasons, they're accounted for, but they're not there.
Correct.
No.
You don't want to miss votes.
Pardon me?
You don't want to miss votes as an elected legislator. I mean, that's something that you really keep a close eye on unless
Well, that's,
you're incapacitated or something of
well,
that.
you've been a legislator and I haven't. Coming close. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to have some filling in of the spreadsheet. I've already been doing it on my copy here, joyfully adding some support positions. So thank you so much for helping with that process.
Excellent.
And thank you to our board members. As was mentioned earlier, if we had waited for the June meeting, we'd be coming in after the policy committees in the opposite houses. So we're coming in right on time here with support for these bills that we do value to meet the policy needs of our constituents. So I think that's it. We don't need a motion on the executive director's reports. Yes, that is what I was trying to put my finger on. So we do not have any written comments on items 15 through 18 and 20 through 21. We don't have any comment cards from the auditorium, but let's go to the AT&T moderator and see if there's anyone who would like to make a comment on items 15 through 18 or 20 through 21.
Please press 1 followed by 0 for comments. 1 followed by 0. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Well, members, we will go on to our closing remarks and then our adjournment. If there's anyone who would like to make a closing comment, Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate just such a great meeting and really squeezing in a lot of work and a day's worth of work. I'm really excited, the controller as well, to kick off the intangibles work group next month. We've been working closely with the California Assessors Association, all our stakeholders, so it should be a really good one. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a little bit of a long meeting, so just brace yourselves, but it should be some good work. Thank you. I'd also like to close out in memoriam for Mr. Clarence B. Jones. He's a great civil rights lawyer, a confidant, and advisor to Martin Luther King Jr., who passed away in San Francisco at the age of 95. Dr. Jones stood in the center of history as he smuggled the notes from Dr. King's cell, which became the letters of the Birmingham jail, and drafted the original copy of the I Have the Dream speech. After Dr. King's assassination in 1968, Dr. Jones turned to academia, teaching students at the University of San Francisco and performing humanitarian work. He was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by President Joe Biden. There were very few icons of the civil rights era left, and with the passing of Dr. Clarence B. Jones, we lost one of the finest. He was a resident of the Bay Area for 20 plus years, so may he rest in peace. And I really do appreciate the controller speaking out earlier about the shooting and the massacre at the Islamic Center of San Diego. I was in San Diego the day before it happened, and how shocked I was. As a Muslim American, I visited that mosque, I met with the children, I prayed within those walls, and it's not just a building. It's a place of peace and worship, of community, of belonging. To know that violence entered that space is a grief that is difficult to put into words. And I do want to give an in memoriam to the 3 men that lost their lives, the 3 heroes: Amin Abdullah at the age 51, teacher Nadir Awad, age 57, and the mosque caretaker Mansour Kazia at age 78. They're pillars of that community. When I've entered, there's a playground on the side, there's a school in the back. They saved the lives of over 140 children. And it's just a really sad day because today is a very holy holiday, but there seems to be a dark cloud over it. But I know in life and as a community, if we lock arms, stand shoulder to shoulder, we can always beat back hate in all of its forms. All evil will never conquer us in this beautiful world, because we have a shared humanity to take care of each other and to love each other, to uplift one another. That is human rights. That is the beauty of America and California. So really just want to take that moment, Madam Chair, and thank you all for a great meeting, and may all those men rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those meaningful comments, Mr. Emron, and for bringing forward the name of Dr. Clarence Jones. Thank you. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to adjourn this meeting in memory of 4 individuals from my district. First, I'd like to remember Frankie Doherty, a super bantamweight boxing legend who won 45 wins in 54 bouts and attained 33 knockouts, 2 world title shots, and wins over some of the best boxers in his era. Duarte died in Santa Monica of a brain tumor on May 25th at the age of 71. Duarte was born in Santa Monica and discovered boxing through me and television. His father encouraged him to learn boxing to keep him out of troubles. So he spent 3 years learning the sport at a gym run by the Los Angeles Teamsters Club in downtown Los Angeles. A trainer proclaimed him as a natural, and he attained the Golden Gloves and Diamond Belt amateur titles. He went on to win 16 professional fights after promising start severe drug and alcohol addictions derailed his career, but he mounted a miraculously comeback in 1986, capturing the North American Boxing Federation bantamweight title and earning a World Boxing Association title shot. He was inducted into the West Coast Boxing Hall of Fame in 2017. Frankie is survived by his wife, his 2 children, and grandchildren who live in the home that he was pretty much raised in Greenwood. He was actually my neighbor for many, many years as a kid. And then I want to also acknowledge 2 individuals that actually reached the age of 101 years old. One of them celebrated his 100th birthday just last year, and I had the opportunity to visit him. Actually, he was a family member, Artemio Cervantes. He was a well-known landscaper gardener in the West LA, Venice area for many, many, many years. And the other one is Maria Reyes Miller, a school teacher that taught in many districts but ended her career in Beverly Hills Unified. I met her back in the 80s when I was teaching, and she was very active with the AME Association, which was the Association of Mexican American Educators back in the 80s. And she, even after she retired, she was very involved in working with the youngsters and providing scholarships for these youngsters. And she'll be sorely missed. And I just wanted to also add, if I could, Mr. Rodney Wright from my district as well. If we could adjourn in their honors, I'd appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you for bringing those names forward and for reminding us of those notable Californians. I appreciate it. Vice Chair.
If I could just recognize a national figure, Robert Woodson, who was born in 1937 and passed away recently in 2026, and raised by a single mother after his father died after his birth. Woodson dropped out of high school and joined the Air Force. He earned his high school GED as an airman and went on to get degrees at Cheney University and the University of Pennsylvania. He became a civil rights movement activist during the 1960s, working for a variety of groups such as the NCAA and the National Urban League. But from his earliest years, he emphasized the work at the community level, especially in fighting crime and giving the poor the tools to help themselves. And so I heard him speak and read a little bit about him over the years, and just wanted to recognize him and his contribution. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues here and I represent 58 counties, and some of the counties, in fact, maybe all of them, have a sheriff who puts out an annual report. I know we do down in San Diego. I just heard about it, and I contacted them by, I think, an email and asked them to send me one, and they did. And it's very interesting. It goes over the sheriffs of the last 100 years. Many of them I knew as I was growing up, and it's a history document. And down in San Diego, our sheriff's office is always under attack for having people that die in the prison because they're not given their medicines and things like that. They don't talk about that here, of course, but it's their annual report, and I'd recommend that to everybody. I also want to mention that you mentioned people that are old. I had a Maylee sandwich this morning across the street, and we lost her at, 102, 103. And she was a good friend of all of us, and I was so proud to have us embrace her and, help her get her well-earned glory. I have breakfast at least once a week with a man 103 at St. Paul's Banner where I live, and he has fantastic stories to tell me. He talks about having made a loan to Bob Hope when he was manager of Bank of America over in Palm Springs. He said, I didn't deal with Bob personally, but I dealt with his people, but he kept a few million in the bank account, so we had no problem lending him 10 million. And he talked about Red Skelton used to park his Rolls Royce on the bank property whenever he'd go to Los Angeles, and the bank manager didn't particularly like that because of risk problems, so he designated my friend when he's at that bank to get rid of the car. He said, well, I happen to be friends with Mrs., and so I got together with the wife to get him to take the car off the lot. So I have a lot of experiences, and I was so glad to see you mention the boxers. My official photograph that I use in billboards and everywhere else is me with my client and good buddy Archie Moore, and Muhammad Ali, who came down to San Diego in a tuxedo for a nice dinner for the three of us. And if you haven't seen the picture of the three of us, you haven't missed much, but I carry it on my cell phone, and I will share with you. And finally, I want to mention that most of my time here, I've been concerned about the law allows anybody to attend anonymously any public meeting. It doesn't say anything about speaking. And I've taken the view that the judges require you to speak up and identify yourself. You can't be anonymous in a courtroom unless you're being stalked for some reason. But we let people talk anonymously, and I don't like that idea, but it's a vague idea, and the Attorney General sort of thinks we ought to be more transparent. But I've changed my tune. There's a whole new issue. The legislature did not allow anybody to speak virtually, and I think that sets the law and sets the tone for California. And I'm going to have a matter coming up where I'm going to ask us that we mainly come into compliance with the state legislature on that issue, that we not have anybody appearing. There won't be any AT&T operator, and maybe the only exception would be if another elected official wants to call into us. But when the legislature decides that you can require appearances to be personal or in writing, that's legal. And I think that a lot more people want to talk to the legislature than want to talk to us. Today we had 12 or 15 inquiries to AT&T. We had trouble getting hold of them. They may cost us some money. And, there was one or two people today, but that was rare. I think that's the first one or two people we've had this year, other than Palmer Luckey calling up to berate me for thinking he was putting on a party for the president, and he wasn't. He's putting on a party for Trump. This is before Trump too. So this is a very good meeting, and I appreciate all that we've had here together and the few people that hang around. And it's nice to be here when we say adieu to Lisa. Thank you.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. And we're getting right down to the end here, and I'll just say that our next scheduled board meeting is on June 24th and 25th, 2026, and it'll be right here at the Maylee State Office Complex.
There's no way we could have it in one day? You have to
No, Mr. Schaefer, it's going to be quite a considerable amount of content to go through.
It's not a day and a quarter. It's really boring.
No, it's going to be a full 2 days, guaranteed. It's going to be substantive. Mr. Vasquez.
And, now that you mention it, this will be our last meeting before the election, regardless of who people are supporting. It's all about making sure people turn out. They need to exercise their right. We forget, in so many countries, you don't have the right or the privilege to vote. Here we do.
And
Yes.
well, every one of us is on the ballot except Mr. Emrod.
Absolutely. Well, we won't delve into the politics of
No,
it
no,
all
I'm
because
just saying, just
we'll
whoever
start
it
to
is,
lose some audience
turn
here.
out.
The people have a chance to vote no on each of us.
That too.
Yes, well, before we get them into that posture, we'll just say that we'll see you back here on June 24th and 25th, right here at the May Lee State Office Complex in Sacramento. And we'll stand adjourned at 4:10 PM.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, have you ever been checked